Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Scarzig, and I'm joined by ImpetuousPanda. We are finally both back on the desk. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great. Glad to be casting Runeterra once again and casting with you. We had a hiatus where first I was gone, then you were gone, then everyone was gone, but now we're all back together in a new meta. So always a very exciting tournament where things have changed. The meta has changed a little bit, maybe not entirely, but at least for this first week, 2 days after the patch, players are still testing things out, trying to explore new things. It might settle into the same as it was before, but for now at least, we have a very exciting tournament ahead of us.
Yep, but the meta might be different, but our format is still the same. It's a double elimination bracket with our 8 invited players all across the European region. All matches are going to be best of 3, and then the players bring 3 decks with no duplicate region combinations and no champion overlap. And then they get to ban one of their opponent's decks and then play out the best of 3 with the remaining 2 decks. We've got our classic double, lower bracket double elimination tournament, and our, as always, $200 prize pool with the top 2 players being invited back for the next fight night. So
let's check out now the players coming in, and I'm happy, Scarzig, because we have a dynamic Spanish duo coming in. Darlian and Extasio are coming in. Extasio always brings the Targon spice. We'll see if it'll happen in this tournament as well. We have Casman coming in from last week. We have Broken Ball, veteran Italian player in Fight Night, just in every single tournament in Runeterra. We have Jinden, we have Genesis, and we have Kurfanuve. I butchered that completely. And Marcus.
That I know, definitely. That was just, that name was Curveball. It really just came out of nowhere.
I didn't expect it.
But Marcus actually, dusting off the crown, coming back, just trying to test the waters, right? A new meta. Maybe things have shifted back in his favor. In the earliest, the very start of Fight Night, I think it was, wasn't it, Marcus, that had 3 in a row, if I'm remembering correctly. So things could, happen. Marcus famously won a Fight Night with Deep. And it was seemed like a deck that was just barely getting there. And so I'm really excited to see if Marcus is able to have a triumphant return. If anything, I'm just glad to have, such a storied player return to the Fight Night scene.
Yeah, it was Deep, and then Deep was just never seen again, unfortunately. So we'll see. Marcus didn't bring it this time, but maybe if he gets, warmed up to the tournament, to the Fight Night setting, he might bring it next week if he qualifies to that tournament. But let's check out now the player cards for match number 1. It will be Broken Ball, the Italian phenom that we've talked about so much, that has had great success at the start of this year in Runeterra, has been obviously deck building as well. The unfortunate Tristana Fey deck was one of his creations, and maybe something new will come in as well for this week.
And then that's going to be versus. I thought Broken Ball's versus.
Yeah,
Darlian,
it is versus Darlian.
Oh yeah, so the Extasio just popped up because he's like, I'm from Spain, baby. It's the caster blessing, it's the caster bias. You can't ever forget that these Spanish players are here and they're out to steal your lunch money, chat. They know the meta, they're cracked, and they are ready to throw down some cards.
I think our producer just wants to try and force Extasio into this round 1 because Extasio did bring a triple Targon Speak lineup, which we will see hopefully later on. Extasio, of course, is a player that somehow gets a 40% win rate buff with Targon Speak in tournaments. So we guess he will
Darlian
make it.
Was the one in the foreground. I see, and then Extasio was the one in the background. That's what it was. That's pretty funny. Okay, respect. But Darlian, again, coming from Spain, very strong deck builder. And plays pretty clean. It's like, it always feels so generic when I say that, because everybody in these Fight Night decks, these lineups know what they're doing. But I think that Darlian kind of has a reputation very specifically for specifically strong play. That makes sense.
Especially on Targon, he's always been very good. When Targon was out of the meta, maybe lost some interest. He was also doing medicine, studying a lot, had big exams, so he was kind of in and out of the competitive scene. But he's back again, hopefully, to make a lasting impact on this current meta, on this tournament, and for the next few weeks and months leading up to the next season as well here in the EMEA region. But that will be matchup number 1. We're going to check out now the lineup for, I believe it's Broken Ball we're going to check out. He has, again, all 6 of these decks that are here today are very, very interesting. And the first deck that Broken Ball is bringing is going to be a Felios, Trundle, Aurelian Soul, a ramp deck, but not necessarily a Targon Speak deck.
I honestly really like this concept simply because a lot of Targon's Peak decks, if you don't draw the peak or if your opponent does have that landmark removal, you can just shift gears and play it as a Freljord and Targon controlled deck. So you just take that to its natural conclusion and say, well, She Who Wanders got buffed. The Trundle Timelines deck has really showed everybody how powerful Buried in Ice is, especially with the That Stairs buff.
Oh,
So it
believe
makes
me,
perfect
Scarzig,
sense.
when I was playing NAR Timelines against the Timelines with Trundle, I found out how powerful Birdie Nice is. I lost like every single Timelines
we
mirror
all
match.
did. Everybody was like, wow, one-sided Ruination is pretty good. But overall, we got just a nice toolboxy start. Not trying to go into like the Dusk Petal Dust for Aphelios, just running the Spacey Sketchers at the bottom there to get things started. Hopefully fish out those Crescent Strikes. Vulpine Wanderer, the only card from the Udyr package that managed to survive the just really terrible, didn't stick the landing there, but getting a powerful stance that you can apply later on, especially onto your Aphelios, and just guarantee that he will never die, does seem like a pretty strong synergy to me.
Let's check out deck number 2. It will be a Zilean Shuffle deck that some players were already bringing into the tournaments a month or so ago. Not too much has changed other than careful prep in this list. That's the one thing that has changed the most. And obviously the rest of the Bandle City nerfs weren't really very relevant. Telescope is obviously missing from this list, but Conchologist with the 2-1 nerf, it's still obviously going to do its job, and it's still replenish the hand, find some extra value, and still be a decent enough blocker in the early game.
Yep, and we've also got the Quicksand buff, which can now hit 2 targets, which just makes this a powerhouse of defense. But you've got tons of predicts, so you're getting the cards that you need. Once that Shellfolk hits, even if you try to do something, you know, at slower, fast speed to answer it, they cash in all their trinket trades and feral prescience, etc., and just get a bunch of cards in hand. I'm really excited to see some Shellfolk, to be honest.
Are now coming in. The lineup from Darlin you guys are seeing now is going to be Leona, Yasuo, Aphelios, Swain, and a kind of semi-cursed Zoe Vi with a Victor thrown in, but still a very similar kind of value package as Zoe Vi was in the past. The bans come through. So
yeah, I mean, Zoe Vi, it's an OG pile.
Yeah,
can make it work.
So Leona, Yasuo will survive the bans. Who would have thought?
God. I thought that, see, now here's the thing. I thought that Broken Ball was essentially bringing the Lulu Fizz as a ban magnet, and you get to play the other 2 decks. But Darlian is like, no, I'm not going to Shellfolk land right now.
And going to deck number 1, or game number 1, if you would have asked me, a few weeks ago, what would this next Fight Night look up? It definitely would not be this. But this is a competitive tournament. This is, with prize money on the line, this is not a for fun Monday Madness that Ice-T is trying to throw together. This is actually Fight Night. And we are going to find out if Yasuo is finally meta.
I mean, Targon did get the new card, Celestial Wonder. That stuns 2 units at fast speed for 5 mana. I've heard that card is, in practice, quite underrated right now.
I can believe it. I mean, we have a lot of stuns that are coming in at 4 mana, obviously with the extra 3/2 body from Palm, but still being able to stun 2 with the deck that's able to just hold out in the mid game until you get these massive invoke win conditions or certain win conditions within Targon, it could be good enough.
And so Broken Ball is just off to the races, has the faces of the old ones here, and Kindly Tavern Keeper, but just goes for the float. There's really nothing to ramp into in the hand. You're just going to keep things kosher, just chill, maybe hope for that Catalyst draw. You know that Darlian also wants to play a very reactive game plan, so there's no point for you to do anything early and aggressive. You know that She Who Wanders is going to just completely annihilate everything this deck has going for it as soon as we get to round 10.
Yeah, it's why, Darlian wants to play somewhat proactive here. He knows that he isn't really the better late game deck. Obviously, that's going to go to a deck that has a Aurelion Soul, it's ramping, etc. So he does have to try and set some amount of tempo here, but as we all know, Targon, Freljord are 2 very good defensive regions. We have things like heals, for example. We have Troll Chant for combat tricks. So as long as you're able to get the ramp going without there being too much pressure from Darlian, I think Broken Ball will be in a good position.
Mm-hmm. At the very least, Darlian does also have that Yasuo about to come down, and then we can maybe start trying to do some serious damage.
Yasuo with the alternate skin. So Darlian really coming in hot, bringing in the spicy decks, but also bringing in the spicy skins as well.
Yeah, I've got that swag. That's how you do it. You gotta pay a little bit of extra there and make sure the Yasuo is going to be in the top third of your deck. Getting the Crescent Strikes here, very nice. Broken Ball. Trickster is also an interesting idea. We can see the hover here. And the idea perhaps is just simply, I don't really need stuns because if Darlian is open attacking me, they're playing into all my frostbites anyway, and the Trickster is just going to be a target that needs to be responded to, try to drain a couple of cards away from Darlian's side.
Darlian does also have lifesteal of his own with the Sunforger, so it's going to be a long game. This is kind of Targon 101. We're back in the Targon mirror meta. And Scarzig, I hope you don't have any plans for the rest of today, because this might be a long one. You know, we've been getting used to these very fast aggro or mid-range aggro fight nights, but this one, we're back to the roots. Aphelios is back. Lobster's not here. Neither is Dinah, but I still think it's going to be a pretty long one. I have no plans. I have no plans for dinner. I have no plans for breakfast tomorrow morning. We're all clear.
We are here. We're in it for the long haul. And that is, you know, that's what Targon's all about. It's about that value, right? Before, everybody was sad that you couldn't outvalue Bandle City. You couldn't really run them out of resources. But now Targon is back on top, and we get to do the exact same thing. And ironically, now that I'm thinking about it, the best decks in the metagame always do seem to be the ones that don't seem to run out of resources, right? We had like the ahri kennan with Sided Thousand Tail, the Dancing Droplet destroying tons of cards. Then we went to Bandle City, and they were just Loping Telescope and Conch, not running out of cards. And now we're back to Targon.
Darlian is able to apply a little bit of pressure here, which is what he needs to do, as you mentioned. If this goes to the Omega late game, Broken Ball should, in theory, have, you know, the advantage with Aurelion Sol, with just a higher cap, as you mentioned, with She Who Wanders as well. So Darlian has to find the sweet spot in the mid to late game to try and find an avenue for some pressure, for some tempo on the board, with the stuns, not just to stall out his opponent, but to actually, you know, stop the blocker from coming in.
And it always feels bad, right? When you have a Trundle swinging on you like this because of the regeneration, you really don't want to give your opponent that value. And you know that when you're playing against Freljord or Targon, it's not like they have burn, so you feel like it's okay to take the damage. But then once this Trundle levels up, and Buried in Ice is threatening you at the top end, that's going to be a lot of burst damage actually coming out here in the late game. And Darlian now starting to feel a little bit more pressure, has 4 rounds to really work this game into a stronger tempo-oriented position before that She Who Wanders comes down.
You know, I just remember now with Sunburst, that one tournament where someone played Sunburst and then someone tried to save the unit and it got silenced and killed anyway. I don't know. I don't remember the name, so I can't flame anyone because I literally don't remember who it was, but that is the thing that happened, and the memory came flooding back right now as we saw this.
I remember that. Yeah, the silence. And then
it was at World, right, I think?
Yeah, yes, it was. Yes, it was. And again, we don't remember the names, and that's for the best. You only remember the moments. It doesn't matter to but it was just one of those things because up until that point, Sunburst had not seen any play for like months and months and months.
It was with Shihu actually, playing the Heimer deck, I think.
Yeah, I remember that because Shihu was on Sunburst, and everybody was like, why isn't he playing Mini Morph? And Shihu was like, I don't know either.
Well, it's just the 5,000
See,
IQ
Leona's level up here for the Battle Academy skin does look pretty cool, I think. Like the level 2 version, but the base Leona skin is too based.
No, as we get back into the game, a few champions have hit the board and have leveled up in the process. Aphelios is online, Ramp is online, and the board is entirely full on Broken Ball side, trying to, again, cause a blockade here and damage, trying to stall things out until he can really take over.
I keep trying to take a look at Darlian's Yasuo Leona deck, but it is error. It's an error message right now. So I'm not sure how many copies of Deny that Darlian is on. There is one in the hand that can stop She Who Wanders' Bale Sight ability to keep the board alive, keep the hand intact, but you might need to save this for also Buried in Ice. So this is going to get to the point where if you don't have all the denies that you packed into your deck, something is going to blow you up.
And as we go into this kind of meta where there are going to be a lot more decks that are going, as you mentioned, kind of long game, full on resources, Deny is going to find some value in the current meta, trying to deny those very big Freljord spells, Buried in Ice, for example.
This is actually a pretty tough spot. Supernova is a very fantastic answer to the bigger threats in Broken Ball's list, but then we have Great Beyond. if you're thinking about ending the game, and then the Scourge if you feel like your board is actually going to stay wide. And Great Beyond is probably the most consistent thing to pick up there from the star shaping.
Still one turn away from that happening. Of course, 9 mana for Broken Ball, but it is because he has ramped. So there is going to be that advantage there. Other than that, I mean, though, you have the stun for the elusive blocker, so that's maybe what Darling is thinking about. Trying to find a way to end the game before things get out of hand is really the name of the game here for Darling.
Oof, man, that Yasuo 2 out of 5. Again, because Broken Ball is also playing a very reactive style, there hasn't really been a need to cash in a lot of stuns, and not a lot of stuns have been drawn. So the Yasuo is still in range to just get scooped by She Who Wanders. Needs that extra point of attack. I guess it's up to this Pale Cascade to do the job. Now that it was recently changed in the patch so that it once again obliterates champions. This is the way it used to work way back in the beta, y'all. And everybody didn't like that. But now it's back, and She Who Wanders has fully been, I think, fully reverted now to the beta She Who Wins version.
And Darlene could have gone for the 9-drop here, but instead going to try and play it slow, going to try and play for the stuns, going to try and play for somewhat more of a control-y playstyle without having to necessarily go all in on, hey, I have this elusive, can I win the game with this? Maybe not, maybe yes. Instead, going to try and take it a little bit slower, try and, control the opponent a little bit more, and then have that as a plan B, as a failsafe in the end.
I think there's also the chance, right, with that Daybreak effect of Ravun, maybe you generate a Morning Light or something like that in hand, and then you can activate Leona's stun and then go for a really gigantic swing. So I do like the gamble there for sure. We can just keep going now, just keep chaining these with the Solari Shield Bearers.
And the stuns mean that there's less blockers as well, so I mean this could still be a potential, maybe not lethal, but a lot of damage coming through, not through one big unit, but through just a widespread board with all the stuns coming in, and the synergy from also maybe leveling up very soon.
So Broken Ball going for the Troll Chant to protect this Trickster. These stuns are feeding the Yasuo. We're almost there, and if enough damage gets through from this point, the Great Beyond might be able to close it out. Broken Ball knows that Darlian played 1 star shaping. That's a very high chance that is going to be the top end threat. And there's only 1 3 Sisters in hand. We need another spell now that the Troll Chant has been cashed in to pop that spell shield and entomb the Great Beyond.
There's going to be the level up now for the Yasuo. Maybe Darling can find a way to stun the opponent's Nexus to deal some direct damage. I think that's the real Yasuo buff we need.
Yeah, I mean, the next thing that's developed as a blocker, we've got the Steel Tempest for the next swing now to deal 5 damage to something that attacks. This is very strong for Darlian now. This is precisely where you needed this tempo to come.
Wondering if Darlian wants, I guess he can't kill. He can still stun something though if he really wants to try and push for lethal here, but gonna take it slower. It looks like gonna force Broken Ball to trade away all his ramping tools. I mean, it is already turn 10, so not gonna be super relevant when the turn flips here, and everything else kept alive because there just really isn't a way right now.
Ooh, so this is a big question. Broken Ball saying, okay, I'll go down to 2 HP. I know you don't have anything. And Darlian saying, okay, well, I'm just going to go for the Pale Cascade, try to set you down to 1 HP. And this gives Broken Ball the chance to reconsider this 3 Sisters. But nope, holds on to it. 1 HP. We saw this a lot. Last week in Fight Night, there was, I think, 3 games or 4 games over the course of the broadcast where a player went down to 1 HP and managed to bring it back. It was absolutely insane.
In this case, I don't think the deck for Darlian, we don't have access to the deck list right now, but I'm not, it probably doesn't have any kind of ping effect, anything where I think 1, 2, or 3 HP would really matter in this end, which is why Broken Ball is so happy to just go in and say, okay, put me down to 1. I don't really mind at this point.
Yeah, and you just draw 1 card, so you're just looking for that extra copy of Deny, perhaps, something that can combo with this Great Beyond. Broken Ball actually running very, very low on resources. Ramped, got here around 10, but doesn't have anything that really convert, especially against a wide board like this. No Buried in Ice, no She Who Wanders. There is only 1 copy of She Who Wanders in this particular deck from Broken Ball. And now the stuff is too tanky for that stairs to get a significant enough wipe.
The stuns are going to start coming through, and Yasuo will start doing his thing very slowly because Aurelion Soul is a very big celestial being, That's maybe the avenue that Darley wants to go for.
A little bit of damage coming through. Just going to cash in the Steel Tempest here. Clears the Trickster.
Making sure there's no chance for any kind of level up whatsoever for the Aurelion Soul. It's a big thing, controlling the board. And again, because there are no resources from Broken Ball, Darley knows he can try and take advantage of this. And he might even go for the Pale Cascade if he's really trying to fish for something specific or trying to make his mana effective. Yeah, maybe just this is going to be a better option. And because he's at so healthy on the Nexus, decides to just go for the Sunforger instead. The Sunforger usually heals, but in this case, he gets healed, Scarzig, and that's really beautiful.
I also like picking up the Supernova there. You've got your big threat with Great Beyond, and then Supernova is going to be your big answer. Broken Ball also has a Great Beyond, but the open attack here looks pretty spicy.
Yeah, you only get a quick attack on the Yasuo, so there's no chance, at least at the very moment, for the Yasuo to die in the process. And he could have also just dragged the pillar if he's scared of this Yasuo being, frozen, for example, and having the Aurelion Soul kill it before it can get more value.
I think the only out here is like Harsh Winds or Three Sisters Flash Freeze plus Star Shaping to survive another turn.
Well, there's 2 Three Sisters right now.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So you got to cash them in.
So he would survive once again at 1. And there is a Pale Cascade, though, from Darlian.
Wow. Very, very close.
So lethal should be here. There's going to be double freeze, of course, onto both of these units, and then just 3 damage connecting. And the Pale Cascade should make it 4.
And again, this really came down to the fact that Darling was able to get just develop a wide board, get that pressure. The leveled up Leona and leveled up Yasuo that is in play, working in tandem is exactly what you'd like to see. So game 1, going to Darlian, Leona, Yasuo. We got the new sauce on the radar now.
And as you mentioned, he had to find that timing to really get into, the moment where Broken Ball is going to be most vulnerable, kind of between the ramping and the actual payoff for that ramping. We didn't see Aurelion Soul level up at all, for example. So he found that window of time, and with the stuns, you're able to fight for tempo on the board. Not maybe the more traditional way of just having these very cheap, very, wide units, but instead really controlling the board and finding those openings with the stuns. So great game from him. This is one of his decks that maybe we'd consider a bit more on the less competitive side, with Yasuo being involved. But Zoe Vi Victor is a deck that is much more, it was a classic in many metas, just as a value generating tool.
And we'll see if this is going to be a meta that is going to be kind to it. Even when it was, a decent meta deck, it was a bit of a unicorn, right? Where everybody's like, oh yeah, this deck is doing great, but nobody could point to a specific list. And it was always like 2 or 3 players who had been sort of known for playing the deck a lot, and everybody just kind of chalked it up to like a pilot diff.
We had the Masters Europe 1 or 2 maybe that it was quite popular. Zoe Vi with Tribeam even in some cases for Team Finland, for example. So there was a lot of players that really, it was one of the most popular decks after the ban phases. It was just seen as a very good general deck, and it was picked the most actually in the whole tournament, I think.
Yeah, it's so odd because it's such a strong, such a popular deck, but it doesn't have like that X factor that makes it like really catch on as like a general like ladder deck that everybody is playing, and it gets that wider reputation for being strong. At least I'll say in NA.
It's the Targon factor. It's, always with Targon, the general win rate on ladder and just from general stats is going to be always lower than it is at the very highest level in tournaments because the pilots are obviously, that much stronger. And in this case, Targon on both sides, Broken Ball and Darlian, trying to prove this point. The ramping coming in for Broken Ball has Aphelios, has Trundle, has the champions, but also has a pretty expensive hand aside from the champions themselves.
The Buried in Ice finally is there, and if Darlian is maybe not trying to press an advantage too much, if this Victor's Hex Core upgrade doesn't come through with some good keywords here in the early mid game, Broken Ball is going to cruise up to this Buried in Ice quite handily.
And Victor now obviously with the new
elusive
buff. Oh no. With the 0 cost Hex Core upgrades, a much more attractive unit to play in your decks. We're going to see this is kind of the test for many of these different decks, at least for me, to see how they actually fare in a competitive setting.
So he gets elusive. What's this next hex core upgrade? We need tough.
We have Summers as well.
Regeneration.
If a Trundle does come down, it would be a perfect answer, but it's going to be Voices of the Old Ones instead coming in for Broken Ball right away.
Wow, Broken Ball going for the hard ramp right now. Again, your hand is so heavy. You need, if you can get this Buried in Ice, hit that stairs combo. Maybe if you can blow out Darlene's hand, they just can't threaten you with anything anymore. And then Trundle and Aphelios there, waiting in the wings, can just take over the game.
This is a lot of damage coming in, though, from Vi and the Victor. Obviously, the Hex Core upgrades count as a card played, so really good synergy with Vi especially. And already we're looking at here, no blockers. Open attack probably going to come in from Darlian. And
Spell Shield on the Victor with Elusive and Vi. We've got 11 damage coming through on this open attack. And at 8 mana, Darlian doesn't need to worry about Buried in Ice. Do you develop one more time?
Looks like it's going to be the attack instead. Now down to 7 HP for Broken Ball. He has ways to heal, that is true, but I don't know if he can keep up with this tempo. It's already on the board. Sunburst coming down, going to answer Trundle as well. No way to stop this even because of the
Daybreak,
silence effect.
silence, then deal 6. The Pale Cascade cannot save the King of Trolls. He's going to go down. Zapped.
And Darlian is 1-0 up in this series, so this could be a match point with the current lead he has right now. 2 champions already on the board. Nothing in response from Broken Ball, really, the way he's played this game out.
The double Buried in Ice would have been a very clutch draw if Darlene did not get such an aggressive start with the Victor into the Vi. Sometimes, again, when you're playing like Zoe Vi, you just get like a lot of early game. Like, again, we've got the Priestess and the Ballistic Bot in the hand, and if those were the things that were in play right now, Broken Ball would not be feeling nearly as much pressure. So now we've got potentially Gravitum being grabbed here. Doesn't do that much versus champions, unfortunately. Severum looks like to be the hover. We can set up Severum, hopefully with a Frostbite, so you can get that extra rep of the lifesteal.
Aphelios has a tough task ahead of him despite the buffs. I mean, he's facing off against a Vi and a Victor. Both champions are going to continue scaling.
Challenger on the Victor!
Scarzig, I feel like if any keyword that comes up, you're going to react in the same way. Tough! Oh, it's tough! Oh my goodness!
I can't believe he got regeneration! He's too strong. Look at that augment, though. Pop it off.
Like, saying augment, I'm just thinking about TFT now. So we have some words we have to ban between the two games.
It's just, I remember when players wanted, what if we made it so you could manifest the keyword? And I'm like, this is why you can't. It'd be way too good. So we've got Eclipse Dragon, though, coming down with the Nightfall effect. Gives you a Celestial and a Dragon. So we do have Screeching Dragon to help hold down the fort. If Broken Ball is able to take this game too, it's going to be by the skin of his teeth. The Vi's looking like she's about to level up. Ballistic Bot going for burn. Falling Comet, such a strong card. It's like holding down the fort is the best opportunity that you have here. Severum going to be a huge heal for Broken Ball being set up. 8.
And is there any way to sidestep his life steal? That's what Darlene has to be thinking about. He has a Pale Cascade to potentially fish for something if he's looking for the card draw at some point. But yeah, it's with the vulnerable. There's nothing you can really do here. Just going to take the hit up to 14 now for Broken Ball. The Vi gets taken out of the way, but we still have the Victor who is going to do his best to try and take down maybe this Aphelios on the next turn.
Yeah, I think the only option you would have had there, if you had one more mana, you could Pale Cascade, maybe try to fish for a Mystic Shot to hit your own Priestess to stop the lifesteal there. But now with Broken Ball back up to 14 and at 10 mana, things look like they have stabilized. And Victor has Spell Shield, which is great. You can survive that Buried in Ice. Maybe try to go for a win here. 6 elusive damage, perhaps plus a little more.
Sunblast Figure coming on to the Victor, as we mentioned, has a Spell Shield, so extra safe with the buffs are coming in. Darlene is checking out what spells have been played, what to be careful for. Of course, there are open deck lists in this tournament, so you can kind of min-max what your opponent has already played and know what are the odds of certain things or certain answers being in hand or having a chance to be played at all times.
So I think probably the hope for Darlene here is to go full Pantheon. Hex Core upgrade into Scout would be optimal. Maybe just trying to cast a bunch of cards to turn this Submersible online, get another elusive threat.
Yep, that's going to be the case there. 10 out of 10 as we see there. Submersible comes in, has that 5 attack as well, 7 on the Victor. Still 10 mana to work with, though, for Broken Ball.
Yep. And then that is very important. Sparkling Iced Tea pointing it out, that we've got to get this Submersible online so it doesn't get obliterated by She Who Wanders. Troll Chant to pop Victor's Spell Shield sets up for further Frostbites. Notably, Broken Ball's deck does not have Harsh Winds, is relying on just 3 Sisters. Phases into Gravitum here at burst speed. Ooh, but doesn't put it on the Submersible. The Hex Core upgrade has not been used yet.
Yeah, maybe scared of the potential snowball of the Victor. Maybe even the Challenger to kill the Aphelios, for example, can also be a consideration that he wants to watch out for. He is still fairly healthy after the heal, up to 14 HP. He was at 7 before. If not, maybe, you would go for the Submersible, or maybe you would have a different line.
I think that also by going for Gravitum on Victor there, it does signal to Darlian that there's not a 3 Sisters in hand to get the Flash Freeze. After the Spell Shield is popped, there is a chance that the Hex Core can just re-establish a Spell Shield on Victor, but instead he gets Tough.
That's it for Tough? I want more of a reaction. What's wrong with Tough?
Now
I don't like how you're cherry picking these keywords to get excited for, Scarzig. You can't pick favorites,
Elusive into Spell Shield is not something I ever want to sit across the table from. Elusive and Spell Shield that's why everybody doesn't like Great Beyond. Let me tell you. Oh, but what's the pick here? All of these are pretty interesting. Moonglow, Moonsilver, 5 mana Falling Comet.
If you want to push damage here, it might just be I guess you're not really getting lethal, so there's not really a point in trying to get the 3/3 the Trickster out of the way.
This is wild because normally against like a Targon Freljord deck, once they've spent like a little bit of mana, you're like, okay, cool, I can attack safely. I know what I want to do. But both players have played out all of their mana, all of the cards now, and trying to send through this big swing. Broken Ball also has the Trickster now to block the Submersible. You can pull this to the side with the Serpent now and get in 5 damage at the very least.
I think it's not worth it. I think you just rather get the Trickster traded out, to be honest. Just go for this. Yeah, a trade like this one. Obviously, the Ballistic Bot is just 1 off from killing the Aphelios, so probably not going to be considered as an option. Chipping away at the 06 is going to be fine as well, but it looks like in the end, it will be the case. You will be trying to pull the Trickster out of the way and at least push 5 damage on the Nexus. As we see there, the new Nexus counter doing its thing. How do you feel about this change, Scarzig?
I really like it. I really do. It means that, especially for a cast like this, we can see the math. We don't have to have the eye be hovered. It does make things a lot smoother, and you don't have to constantly hover that eye over and over again.
I was thinking it's a little bit too easy mode as a player, but I had completely forgotten the aspect of casting, and all of a sudden I'm completely on board with the change. No more caster math being done incorrectly, or maybe it'll just be now our eyesight that fails instead of the math.
But that Buried in Ice certainly did not fail. The entire board is entombed. Ferris Financier has got to find a banger here. Targon, P&Z. There's a lot of strong Cosmic Wonder. Is only 5 mana, so you can't get it off of Financier. Give it all. Darlian's smirking. Thinking about it.
He knows what the secret tech is. Unfortunately, though, there is going to be a pretty ridiculous combo with Buried in Ice coming in next turn that will probably delete most of the cards or most of the landmarks that are currently on his board.
That stares waiting in the hand. This is a combo that everybody it only saw play a little bit. There was that Freljord Demacia ramp for a little bit that used both, and then Timelines was able to squeeze it in, and especially after the That Stares buff, so you aren't just using it for the landmark removal. Having that 3 damage AoE is also fantastic alongside all of Freljord's other AoE. And now we're going to see it on full display here, how powerful this combo can be.
Some damage coming in here now. We're going to see the Star Shaping. The Scourge is an option. The other two maybe not really as relevant. There isn't kind of this enormous unit you want to take care of. It's more just a very wide board right now for Broken Ball.
So here we go. You're like, okay, If you just pass, you think that maybe you'll get your board back, set up for the give it all, but Broken Ball has something to say about it. If that stairs going to close this out in game 2 potentially. Broken Ball's down to 7 HP though, and you got to remember these Zoe Piles does have double Get Excited and 3 Mystic Shots. The Aftershock in the deck was also already cashed in.
Now there is the Scourge coming down, so despite clearing the entire board, the question now is, do you have something to deal with the Scourge that does have the Overwhelm and does have a Challenger? You have 3 Sisters, but you only have 3 mana. You don't have 4 mana, so, I mean, there's nothing to do here. The perfect fork was set up by Darling, where he said, I know you want to do. It's obvious, and I'm going to let you do it, but I still have a plan B that will end the game, a 2-0 for Darling, and a series win, so he will be moving on to the semifinals. 1 Spanish player has gone through, but I checked before, and our poor Extasio has not made it with his triple Targon's Peak lineup.
Triple Targon's Peak. I mean, it's a deck that I don't want to become meta, so it's probably for the best that it doesn't have a strong showing in a tournament like this right as we're into the new meta. But what a hero for certainly bringing a triple lineup like that.
We will check out the bracket to see what the rest of the results were, and it looks like it's going to be Genesis beating Jinden 2-1. So semifinal number 1 will be Darlian versus Genesis. Castman, as we mentioned, did end up beating Extasio 2-1 as well. He was one of the players that brought that triple Demacia lineup that he was also playing last week. And then we have the Turkish player against Marcus, with Marcus taking a hit, dropping down to the loser's bracket. So the prodigy return of Marcus seems to not be in the cards right now, but he still has a chance to try and fight through the loser's bracket alongside Extasio and make it back up to the potential grand finals quite a few hours from now.
Yeah, so we'll be right back once we I think you already did the outro, but I'm just like so excited again for Marcus to maybe take advantage of that lower bracket buff, and then when we get back we'll have our next round, so stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends, brought to you by Giant Slayer and Wisdom. We're heading into the next round of the upper bracket, and we've got Castman versus Fëanor on deck.
And it's also a, Demacia fiesta all around. Both players have brought kind of more typical, more, less new, is one way to put it, lineups with Yorl in arms, with scouts coming in. And they will be facing off against each other. The two players that have brought these kind of full Demacia lineups are now in the semifinal, and one of them will make it through. The other one will have to drop down to the loser's bracket. Castman, of course, had a very good result last week, was second in Fight Night in that tournament. So just trying to make a repeat here.
Yeah, Castman, again, has been training with a lot of the other mid-range Demacia Titans in the EMEA region, trying to learn these decks. Because, again, when at the highest levels of play, you really start to see, like, the nuances of these lists. It's not just I play Akshan, I play Sivir, I rally, I win. Especially when your opponent is also very aware of the matchup. They make you work that much harder to find those wins. Fëanor, meanwhile, from Turkey, also just bringing that Lord of the Rings energy, bringing that scout lineup. And the thing, too, is that when you are trying to play two board-based decks, there's a lot more back and forth that can be had. So we'll see if the mind games are on point.
And it's great to see, Castman having good results after going through this kind of like boot camp or Dragon Ball Z training arc, because it does show that unless you have this like very targeted attempt at improving, just spamming games on ladder isn't usually enough, isn't usually going to min-max or optimize the level at which you improve. So it is good to see kind of the direct feedback, direct results of this attempt from Castman to try and reach out to other players, to try and become better at archetypes that maybe wasn't as familiar as maybe Funsmith Burn, for example, and instead now finding good results last week and hoping to do it again this week as well.
Yeah, I mean, the very interesting deck I want to see, because I was speculating after the patch notes that scouts would still be well positioned. The general ladder flavor right now, players are just like really enjoying Sun Disc and things of that nature. But once people kind of cool down on trying out all the new stuff they want to try, and they go back to playing older decks, scouts might still be fine. But Fëanor still rocking that Fae Swarm. Going to be a slightly updated version. I'm curious to see if a newer build can still keep the Fae tribal archetype alive.
We do have a lineup for Castman ready to go to check out, and deck number 1 will be Yuumi, Pantheon, Taric. Pantheon did get some nerfs in the latest, patch notes or balance patch, but for many, not quite enough. Faded still a very problematic, very one-sided keyword in some matchups, with a one-drop like Saga Seeker untouched. And still very much can be a massive threat and just a game-swinging threat as well.
We've seen Saga Seeker and Zenith Blade plus Cataclysm just end games. Absolutely.
And that was the complaint some players had, is the fact that it could spiral out of control so crazily, and it's just this very polarized threat where if you don't have this exact answer, this couple of answers, all of a sudden you're in big trouble.
This scout list, however, still running the pretty classic spread, I think, at this point. Even after the Vanguard Sergeant nerf, I think that still playing that 3-mana 3/3, getting that 4 Demacia as just kind of a pseudo rally or like an AoE stun, right? To just take away your opponent's good attack versus you to maintain your board and set up for another swing is still something that has really just ingrained itself fully into the scout playstyle and archetype, that even after that nerf, you can't really fathom playing this deck without having that extra play in your pocket. And then Akshan Sivir running Radiant Guardian. This is one of the 5 drops that rotates in and out amongst Screeching Dragon and Bruiser.
Yeah, no Bruisers found whatsoever. So, depending on the meta, this is definitely a spot that can be flexed, as you're mentioning, into a more controlling route with Screeching Dragon, into a healing route with Radiant Guardian, or just a good value route and kind of like maybe a plan B or plan C unit like Bruiser that can take over when Sivir's not found, or when Akshan can't really do it himself. But well, this is going to be a Turkish deck list, so we won't be going through any of these names.
I'm just going to say, I've never seen the Turkish names for the cards. That just looks like...
Consider yourself lucky, because
a bunch of consonants to me.
Mogwai did not have the same luck. I know he ran into the Pike release video in Turkish, and since then he's never been the same. He's never recovered from having to try and read out those names.
But that's honestly a very underrated upside of casting for EMEAs. You get to see the other languages for the Runeterra
Astropong,
client.
a classic.
Astropong and Torpedo, yes. Porotopu, yes.
Oh, we're in luck here.
The Kassan telescope. Oh,
So
baby.
we're finding out where the telescope is from. We weren't aware, but it's from the region of Kassan apparently. Good to know. Fizz is just still Fizz, you know, doesn't matter what language.
Yeah,
it's
if it doesn't come from the Kassan region, then it's just sparkling RNG.
Porotobu is a very good one. It seems like I'm not even sure where to go with that one. I think we're going to be very distracted in this cast, Scarzig.
It's okay. We know what the cards do at the very least.
I'm going to let you cast.
I'm just going
to wait for the cards to come in on the top decks to read what they actually say. Wait, I'm getting excited.
I was getting hyped for keywords. The last set, you get to get hyped for like,
is a good one.
The Kapu Kalong. Oh my god, that sounds like the name of like some sort of cryptid or some like, I don't know, like a folklore monster.
The worst part is I actually love language origins and looking at root words from different languages and seeing how they countersect with other languages and how the effects. But with Turkish, it's a hard one to decipher because there's a lot going on.
Yeah, when a lot of languages that trace back to Latin, you can see a lot of those roots, but then we have so many other languages in the world that came up in their own bubble. So it's cool to see Destan Aryan. Oh my. But gonna go down to Fizz at the very least. This is a trade that you're more than happy to take because you cannot let these snowball. Pantheon was one of the only decks that could really give Bandle City a run for its money because of its overwhelm. And now with the Loping Telescope nerf, we aren't going to have Equinox and Crescent Strike as readily available.
We have Telescope. Again, Telescope card that did get nerfed to 3 mana. Some players might be thinking, is this bugged? Is the number 3 in Turkish actually 2? No, it did get actually nerfed to 3 mana in the most recent patch notes. And it does mean that it's, in some decks not gonna make the cut in some cases. In other decks where you maybe still value the generation that much. And it goes to show how strong Telescope actually was if some players are still playing it at 3 mana.
Yeah, I mean, a 3 mana 2/2 is just, Solari Priestess. And it gives you cards that synergize with your deck and with your playstyle. It just doesn't happen as quickly, right? So now we've got Sonic Urchin being hovered here. I wonder what the discard could be. Feanor just needs to try to keep working on this wide game plan. That's really the way that you have to beat these go tall Pantheon decks, right? Try to beat them up and end the game before they overwhelm you or they hire all that Pantheon lifesteal, has been my experience.
And for the most part, it's a perfect contrast of two decks that are trying to do completely different things. One goes extremely vertical on one unit or on 2 units, and the other one goes very wide on very small units that do obviously get bigger with your own arms played. And that's going to be the contrasting game plans here. And if there isn't a way to, as you mentioned, the Cataclysm is the Cataclysm of what this deck is trying to do, because when that card is played and when you have the Overwhelm already and a big enough stats, you can just go for 1-2 punch and just end the game right there.
It becomes a like a pseudo rally, like midnight raid from the Ruined Reckoner, just kind of starting that free attack with the Overwhelm. The hesitation from Feanor here is palpable. You're like, okay, if they have Sharp Sight or Single Combat or something here, I'm gonna get really screwed over because the Wounded White Flame suddenly starts to scale up. Yeah, just passes the attack, wants to keep this board safe and as wide as possible, and just have a more guaranteed way to close out, hopefully with a big Yordles and Arms soon. And it is active.
See, Boom Baboon is a card that you can decipher exactly what it means. Bomb is just kind of like a bomb.
Whoa, that flame choppers.
And Baboon much of the same. So there are some words that are pretty, you can get there, but other words are a little more open to interpretation, at least for someone that doesn't speak Turkish at all.
Ooh, I think you can probably block with the telescope, save a little bit more HP. But again, you can see like how much damage is slowly being pushed through. Castman does still potentially have the threat of a Golden Aegis here forcing Fëanor to keep trading the board down to cut off the Yordles and Arms.
That will be the case. Obviously, the Golden Aegis, the barrier effect, also activating the Faded here on the Saga Seeker, and that's going to be 2 more units attacking in with the Overwhelm, and with bigger stat lines than anything that Fëanor currently has on the board.
And so there is 9 damage being threatened here. So you maybe just don't block with anything. I wonder. Go down to 3, and then Yordles and Arms.
You do have a spot for one of the Poros, so I think it was fine to block there. Mitigate some damage at the very least, but it might just be that the next attack is going to be lethal, regardless if you have 5 or 7 HP at this point. Yordle and Arms is committed here. All mana has been spent, essentially. Only 1 mana left, but no cards to be played from Fëanor's hand, and 6 mana to work with for Castman.
So we're hoping for a Castman to have a sharp sight here to get some elusive blockers. We could have a single combat in order to snipe one of these elusive units before it's buffed, and no!
There's 4 elusive units coming in. Sharp sight might still be there despite the nerfs.
I mean,
even the non-elusives,
the ability to block elusive is just so strong.
Oh, and the Shenimo comes in. So 2 decks that are very, solitary in what they're trying to do. They don't really try to interact. They try and do their own thing, either go wide or go tall. And the intersection there, it seemed that at the very end, with the attack token in favor of Fëanor, he was able to get the win with a very wide board, and most importantly, the elusive units that just couldn't have blocked.
Wow. Yeah, so just when we thought that the writing was on the wall, that Yordles and Arms did come through, that big elusive combo, that is one of the strategies that has reigned supreme throughout all of Runeterra's history, is just big buffed elusive units. There just wasn't enough combat tricks, not enough interaction. Unfortunately, there's a couple copies of Confront in Castman's list to try to control the board a little bit more, but it just didn't come up. It was just card draw there.
I think, that game kind of showcases why a lot of competitive players don't necessarily like, not the meta as a whole, but maybe those 2 decks specifically and what they try to do, because they are just very solitary in what they're doing. They're not really interacting. They're just, you could see players were just ignoring each other, not even looking at each other, just doing their own thing. And then all of a sudden, oh, I win. Okay, thanks. Let's go next. And that was the case for Fëanor, able to get the win there at the very end, despite looking like it was Castman's game to win. Game 2 now will be the Tristana Fade deck for Fëanor, so still much of the same that was very dominant in the last few fight nights.
So notably, this deck has pretty much the same build, only running 2 Rangers Resolve, only running 2 Sharp Sight. The list was kind of already moving away from Conchologist, so it wasn't affected by that nerf as much.
Peridede is a new favorite of mine. Grandfather Faye. I don't know how you're able to condense those words into just 2 4-letter words, but I'm a fan.
But I mean, that's the other thing too, is that different languages have the ways to communicate like different puns and like the sillier natures and personalities of a card using different words. So I like it a lot. But now we've got the real threat on deck for Castman. We've got the Wounded White Flame with Challenger and Overwhelm now. Going to completely keep this board under control. Can Fëanor generate enough Owlcats and enough Swarm here to still keep the threat alive?
It's going to be a barrier here as well, so nothing that can be done, even at starting to mitigate down the HP total for the Wounded White Flame as well. And again, the Fury is going to just kind of offset, because the attack totals are so low for most of the units on the board for Fëanor. It's almost as if, nothing is really damaging the White Flame at all. That being said, the Fae combo is in action here right now.
Yeah, we got Tristana online. We've got Grandfather Fae boosting the attack power of all the Faes that you summon. Rainbow Fish is a 2-1. I thought it was a 2-2. A hidden nerf.
Telescope being picked up here, still 4 mana, so you can end up committing it here. And we will see if we have a Trickster. We're going to have another Peridede coming in, so another Grandfather Fae coming into the hand, just continuing to go down this line of the Fae package.
All right, I'm like, now I'm worried.
Rainbow Fish was always a 2-1, I think.
Was it?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I guess I never played the deck enough to know.
Overwhelm comes in onto Wounded White Flame, the Faded procs as well. 8-11 now at this point. Only 2 mana to work with for Castman, but the attack is going to come in from the Tristana.
And this is the idea, right? We know that the White Flame is going to keep getting bigger. It's going to keep sniping key targets on my board. But the Pantheon decks can't go wide enough, and we're going to try to just bully them that way.
Only 6 damage being committed through here. Obviously losing the telescope in the process, or in this case losing the Tristana rather.
Yeah, there was too much violence on the screen there. We had to censor it for you, chat. You're not allowed to see like what this dragon is doing to these tiny fae.
They're just going to keep getting the procs on the fade. As we mentioned, getting healthier. There doesn't seem to be anything in the deck that can really take care of this. And it's going to be 9 damage connecting here. The next is 8 HP now, so down to essentially 1 hit because there isn't enough HP on any of the blockers that are going to be available for Fëanor to actually stop one more hit if there's an Aegis effect. And that's going to be the case here. Golden Aegis is put down onto the board. The attack is going to come in once again. You have the sharp sight, but it's still not going to be enough. Actually, yeah, you have both sharp sights.
Yeah, sharp sight just to survive the overall. We got to cash them both in here. And Caspian is very happy about this because now the board is so narrow.
And it's going to be lethal anyway. Pale Cascade comes through. There's not enough mana for Range of Resolve. Exactly. Actually, no, yeah. It's going to be down to 1 HP. Never mind.
Close. Yeah, it was during the animation of the Pale Cascade, the HP there didn't update right away.
Yeah.
Close one, close one. So 1 HP for Fëanor. Has the attack token. No Yordles and Arms in hand, but the potential to go very wide. Never mind. Golden Aegis. There's no way to stop this from Fëanor's side.
Will come through, and I don't... Is there anything that Fëanor can do here? Anything that he can pull? I don't think there is. The Mushroom, although cute, will not help end the game here in any way. An attack won't do anything. There's a barrier as well.
Yeah, if you had used a Ranger's Resolve instead of a Sharp Sight the last round, are you still able to save that for like a little bit of attack power here? But no, there's still not enough to swing through. Tristana gets blocked, and that is going to be 1-1 now. Caspian finally finding the win with Pantheon.
Going to prove the point about these two decks. It's very similar one-sided interactions occurring, and in the end there was nothing to stop. The deck isn't built to stop these tall units for the most part. There's no mini morphs. It's not built to have kind of that catch-all tool set within the tools are there for the region, but just not really the deck, because both decks are just trying to do what they do best as optimally as possible without really interacting with other player strategies, and that's going to be the case there in game 2 as well. So now 1-1 in the series. We'll see what game 3 has in store for us. I believe Scouts was not banned from Caspian's lineup, I believe.
Right. So we're going to see, just another board-based mid-range game. It's another, keep it above the belt, nice and clean.
Keep it consistent, making sure our viewers don't get thrown out. But we'll have the fun stuff coming in.
Yeah, so it's Sivir Akshan is Caspian's other deck.
Okay, so Scouts did get banned.
Yeah, so we do have Radiant Guardian, which maybe could do a lot in this matchup. If you get that set up, and then you just chump block against some of these smaller units, have things like single combat and whatnot to get even more reps of lifesteal, then it's going to be very difficult for this deck to really punch through. They're going to need that big Yordles and Arms turn into a rally, like in the late game.
Actually, I just come down on 2, but there was the barrier to stop him from attacking even. So just, again, trying to, once again, get the value, especially the landmark that is obviously the key point of this deck. Despite not being as flashy as maybe other things that are happening with Sivir, etc., this is definitely what gives Akshan Sivir the power to have that extra value in the late game.
Crescent Strike is such a good pickup. The Poro Sled is tempting. Yeah, we need that 5-drop. That's going to be the final region for Yordles and Arms. It really helps with Tristana as well. And then you just have like another value generator, another wide board. And so Caspian's off to an excellent start here with the chain of barriers. We've got the Sandstone Charger here.
A huge attack coming in right away. Akshan, of course, can also come in. There is 3 spell mana to work with for Fëanor, but I don't think it's anything that Caspian is necessarily going to worry about at this point.
Yeah, just respecting the Ranger's Resolve, or respecting the Sharp Sight to trade up into the Akshan now that Caspian doesn't have any mana to work with. And this is just really disastrous, right? Being forced this early in the game to cash in your entire board. But we're going to come back to the desk again. it was too violent. There was way too much terrible things going on.
We have to censor everything going on.
To censor
the poor FaZe, they they need their time to recover from that attack. It was a big one. Hopefully we can get back into the game very soon. Of course, we are pulling the streams from the players themselves, and sometimes the players don't have the internet capabilities to stream at the best quality or at the best speed or without any hiccups, and that's understandable. You know, it's even my internet decides to act up every so often as it has.
Yeah, I mean, one of the other fight nights, Ultraman, unfortunately, had like an internet outage as well. So these things happen, and you know, our longtime viewers understand the situation and are also very patient. So big shout out to y'all.
Are back into the action, and things need to be censored even more now because that is a lot of stats coming in. The 4 Demacia was played. It took me a while to say, wait a minute, did he steal Yordle and Arms from the other player?
4 Demacia, and look at this. It's like Castman is playing fully for tempo. This was something that we saw last week from him, where you aren't trying to do this cheeky mid-range thing of developing, having a lot of mana floated. You're going full throttle and forcing Fëanor to respond. This double Yordles and Arms dead draw has really set them far behind. We haven't had a chance to get any sort of swarm set up. Petrosite Broadwing going to rule the roost from this position.
And the board, because it had to block, or else you just end up dying, now there's no real board to benefit from your Yordle and Arms, and there are going to be chump blockers available for Castman for the most part.
3 HP now for Fëanor, and no units in sight to go wide enough. Can this Phase Sprout get something juicy? The Telescope seems like a strong pickup to get another card.
I think you need Telescope. I mean, you just have no units right now to play with. You need to try and again, flood the board a little bit more. You have the Buster Shots, which are going to be very effective at just, you know, clearing out some of the blockers.
All right, we're working on it here. We're working on it. We got 8 mana exactly, so we can play out the Yordles and Arms plus this other Owlcat, or the Yordles and Arms plus the Telescope. Absolver.
Yordle and Arms, Buster Shot, and the Owlcat all at once. But right away, because of the slow speed on Buster Shot, you're not allowed to do so now. You're losing some of that value, and the Auction now at 4 HP as well, so would, you know, not get killed by Buster Shot now.
So Tristana hits the board once again. Triple Tristana draw, double Yordles and Arms draw. Not looking so great, and again, the nerf to the Telescope really does matter, again, for this deck, because you don't get set up as early with that engine, with the discount from Bandle City Mare and Gleaming Lantern, making that Fae, making all those Fae units -2 cost or -1 cost, to get your swarm set up just super fast, and then you don't have access to that Equinox or that Crescent Strike right out of the gate, and it meant that Castman was able to not worry about floating a ton of mana and just play super aggressively.
We're gonna see now Castman's gonna have to block at least 2 of these units. Maybe you don't have to block 2 6/6s, but could have put you in trouble getting down to 1 HP.
Yeah, with the impact damage, it does start to add up, and then later on, when you're at like 2 HP and you're thinking, okay, well, I have chump blockers, I don't have to worry about anything. They maybe sneak in an elusive hit or that last couple points of impact. We got 2 mana left, though. This could be a single combat resolving before this Yordles and Arms is able to buff the board. And then Fëanor is going to be really left high and dry with the inability to put any more pressure down.
The unfortunate thing is that if you want to kill Tristana, you would suicide your Auction in the process, so we're going to have to really see what he ends up doing if it is single combat and what the target is and who. Yeah, it's going to be the Auction onto, not the Tristana, but the middle unit that would allow the Auction to survive. Yeah.
Goes down. And again, you're taking that impact damage off the table, and you're taking away the just additional buff alongside the Tristana. I think from this point, you're probably just saying, well, with Petrosite Broadwing, I can drag 1 unit to the side, and then I have lethal on the open attack.
As a reminder to any viewers, this slideshow that we're currently seeing will not be the case for the next series. We will have, hopefully, a better stream perspective in that case, and we are almost ending this game 3, so this is going to be a very temporary thing for these, well, next maybe minute or 2, or maybe even less, because right now Fëanor looks like he is about to take the win here. There's nothing that Castman can take the win here, because there's nothing Fëanor can do. There isn't really an answer at fast or burst speed. There's an Akshan and a Sergio attacking onto the Nexus, and only 3 HP here.
Yeah, so Caspin just taking that in game 3. It was very close, but honestly, the Face Swarm just kind of showing the cracks. Now that the deck was nerfed, it slowed down enough so that a tempo-oriented deck can certainly disrupt it. So again, Caspin's training paying off, and Fëanor still having a little bit of belief in a nerfed deck, which I appreciate, right? Because a lot of times, oftentimes, when a deck is nerfed, it doesn't automatically just go away, but it just shows that the deck just needs to go back to the drawing board and maybe shift around the recipe a little bit.
And that will be Caspin, as we said, advancing once again to the winners final. He was second place last week, so another string of good results for him. Obviously, hasn't yet, confirmed that he will be in that grand finals yet. He still has to play that out in the next round, but has a very strong lineup. Of course, we're mentioning any kind of Demacia-based deck list, and it's just seeming very strong for now at the point.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I guess we can take a look at what other games we still have going on. Darlian versus Genesis. We've got the Leona Yasuo versus Fae Swarm. Hopefully this deck that is infested with stuns can keep this board-based Rowley deck in check.
It is currently 1-0 up for Darlian. We saw him have a clean 2-0 in the first round of this tournament, and now in the semifinals also seems to be in control. Has Leon on the board and has only 7 HP on the Nexus for Genesis.
But Darlian, again, just doesn't really have any threats, just a very reactive board. And Genesis, meanwhile, does have a wider swing. If one of those cards in hand is the Yorls and Arms, that's really all you need to sneak through some lethal damage here, potentially. Vandal City Mare also grabbing some more reinforcements.
For any new viewers, Darlian is running a triple Targon lineup, a very interesting one at that. Leona Yasuo.
Furious Fae Folk was what was grabbed off of Vandal City Mare. These are the sorts of pulls you want to see this late in the game. Both players at 10 mana. Fae Swarm still not able to close it out. Goes for the open attack. No Yorls and Arms.
Minus 23 on the Nexus, but we do have a few stuns here that Darlian can put forward if he wants to trade away. He might want to trade away the Leona if he wants to just play out the next one from
double
hand.
Golden Aegis is Genesis' hand. What a reveal.
The stun will definitely stop a lot of this from even being effective, really.
And then, yeah, you've got to stun this Furious Fae Folk. It has 5 impact. So it's basically has Overwhelm.
Yeah, there will be a double stun coming through, and that means that now the golden niches are, for this turn at least, almost useless. And this also means that Darlian really is only going to have a chance next turn on the open attack to really try and cause some damage with 7 HP on the Nexus. I would like to have these stuns maybe to stop any blockers from, to try and get lethal damage the next turn, but instead has to play them out defensively.
And you're missing out on those sweet Yasuo procs to maybe keep the board clear. Genesis just reinforcing the board now. We've got a 4-1 Spell Shield impact. The Spell Shield is going to be so important for this deck. Solari Priestess is the Daybreak. We could get maybe a Meteor Shower here.
Gonna be Golden Sister, so another way to go wide on this board right now. Have an elusive threat as well.
And then, yeah, gets the stun on Tristana, so it's 4v4. Grandfather Fae still able to come down as a chump blocker. Tristana's getting huge every time you play a multi-region follower. She grants it impact, and then she stacks more for herself.
There's a Golden Aegis now being committed, and just the impact itself is already scary enough. Plus the barrier kind of stopping any trades from happening. Even in this case, we're going to see the 4-3 elusive attacking. 3 HP on the Nexus for Genesis, but nothing else that Darlian can do.
Yeah. Again, with the just the impact damage, it's so strong with this Fae Folk. The Owlcat's going to survive for another rep. There's another Golden Aegis in hand to just attack once again. And if we just look at the impact numbers here, I think that is lethal.
Three blocks coming through. And 12 HP on the Nexus for Darlian.
Genesis, still using that Oracle's Eye. Got to make absolutely sure. At this point, there's going to be so many players that's just part of their muscle memory.
The life still comes through for Darlian, so now stays at 12 HP, but that's only round 1. There's going to be another Golden Aegis coming in. There's going to be, every time less and less blockers. Another
and,
Alkai comes down.
You just end the round and let it go, because then your Tristana's unstunned and you get a much stronger open attack here. Because now Tristana and Furious Faefolk both have impact 5. This is at least 10 damage coming through, and that's coming through at -9. Nothing the Darling can do to stop it. And Genesis evening things up 1-1.
Will be 1-1 in this current series. The deck, or the lineup rather, for Genesis, we haven't talked about it yet, but it is going to be a Yordle and Arms rally deck, Sundisk, which you haven't actually seen yet, and just the just traditional Yordle and Arm lineup, but with Sundisk into the mix as well. So very excited to see what that deck actually looks like in a competitive setting, not just ladder. Obviously, very strong, has been kind of taking over as a deck that now is all of a sudden not a meme. It's actually a competitive thing to try and play out.
Yeah, the Sundisk, we'll have to see how the meta adapts to it, because if the strat right now, of course, is just to go incredibly aggressive, to just take it down before the Sundisk matters. And in a tournament setting, you're probably playing a more mid-rangey version, something similar to like Xerath Zillion, right? Having that powerful pseudo-control landmark package. But Darlian going back in with the Leona Yasuo, has the Cosmic Wonder in hand, going to be a key stun for this matchup.
And Genesis now playing a list that we've already seen. We actually saw some version of this that Broken Ball was running. It's going to be still obviously with Lulu, with Maboons, and just the PNZ Yordle Arms lineup, just trying to flood the board very quickly with discard synergies, and then just obviously playing Yordle Arms at the top end as just a finisher.
Yeah, the thing about the Yordles and Arms PNZ is it has that burn damage, right? Having the Mystic shots, having access to get excited means that just when you think you're about to stabilize, they still have that additional avenue to still end games. And the deck doesn't need to necessarily get set up as consistently and quickly as the Fae Swarm variant. You can kick back and chill, because if it gets to the mid game, you have like Yordle Captain, which just makes your board threatening on its own without Yordles and Arms. So I like that, again, this deck is a little bit more stable across the board.
And we'll see now a proactive palm from Darlian, knowing that, there is going to be the Flame Chompers in hand. There is probably going to be a way to discard it, and that's going to be the case with a Portal Cannon as well, and just stopping that combo right there.
Yeah, very nice read. You don't want that Flame Chompers to start getting value, and this is just the scary thing that bullies every other board-based deck, right? You've got this continuous 4/4 with Challenger that not only is eating your board and then healing, staying alive, it's also protecting Lulu.
There could be an open attack here, just trying to trade the 3-2 into the Lulu. Obviously, no block would really occur at that point, but Darlian decides to play slow, go for the just priority pass there, now playing out the Yasuo, who has quick attack and can't be killed off with just to get excited.
Get excited and Mystic Shot. It's going to be great, but for now, Yasuo is going to do a lot of work here. If, the burn is put on the stack to kill the Yasuo, you might be able to get like 1 or 2 stuns to clear some targets before that comes down.
And that's burn damage. It's not going on the Nexus. That's mana that's not being spent on the tempo advantage that this deck is trying to go for in the early to mid game. So I think that would definitely still be in Darlian's favor.
Yeah, and you got to remember too, with this Yasuo Leona deck, it still has like, the classic Targon healing still. We see the Solari Sunforger in hand. Genesis just needs to get set up and probably just go for that big Yordles and Arms like finisher turn. And it's going to be difficult because you have the stuns to minimize those turns. We got the Blinded Mystic in hand. There's a lot of things working against Genesis's strategy.
Genesis is happy to take the 4 damage there, knowing that he's going to be able to take care of this Yasuo with maybe just a Challenger on the Flame Chompers.
Yep, there it is. Portal
so
Cannon.
Many synergies in this current hand. A massive swing here. The support also from the Geode Mecha Forcer as well.
Ooh, proud of you for remembering the name of that mech.
Well, Darlian just hovered over it. If not, no chance. Even as I was saying it, I'm like, okay, Geode. I'm like, yes, Geode. And I was like, Mecha. I'm like, yes, Mecha. I'm like, is it Forcer? That sounds really weird. I'm like, fuck it, I'll say it.
But Lulu is coming through. This is also another support unit that works towards Lulu's level up. It is another angle of attack that we don't see very often. Usually if Lulu supports a Flame Chompers twice, you're kind of just winning the game. But now, if Lulu levels up, we get access to Barrier from help picks to protect our board, keep our setup a little bit more stabilized. The threat is going to be a lot more consistent from Genesis.
Stuns are coming through here, and the response from Genesis having both the Mystic Shot and get excited. As we said, this is maybe not the worst thing in the world for Darling, but if Darling was seeing this Yasuo as his ticket to try and control the board once it does level up, that obviously is going to, affect, and just looking at the boards here, I mean, it's a very wide board from Genesis and absolutely nothing on Darling's side.
And against other decks, you might be like, well, there's just a couple Flame Chompers. They don't have attack. It's whatever. But they're going to get boosted, right? We've got Geode here with the baby Lulu buff. The +2/+2 and Spell Shield onto a target is enough to clear out most of these smaller Targon chumps.
And already we're seeing a 2 to 6 difference in the units, the parity on the board.
And another Mystic Shot off the top. We've now got 6v1.
The poor Priestess was not ready for this war, for this battle that's about to occur here. Everything coming in, all the support stacks come through as well. And is it going to be lethal? We have a stun. We have a stun at the very least still. We have a Steel Tempest, so I don't think it'll be lethal just yet.
And that is Lulu leveling up. This patch really has just been like the culmination of so many like buffs from the past, just like finally synergizing together to make some strong decks. But look at this. You have to use the Steel Tempest on this 5/5 Flame Chomper. There's no Yasuo in play to take advantage of this. You're going down to 3 HP. Genesis just needs to draw one Get Excited or that Aftershock out of the deck.
Silver lining, you do have both the Golden Sister and the Sunforger next turn, so you have a chance to heal back up and to have units that, are going to be somewhat hard to trade into.
Genesis has the chance to maybe go for the Preservarium here. Doesn't want to fish for it while Darlian was tapped out of mana. Just says, well, I have a wide board now, no point in overwriting. There's 9 points of lifesteal. Are you still worried about that? We can put Barrier. Oh, doesn't use the help picks to put Barrier on something to stop the lifesteal.
And can't trade directly into the Sunforger either. So we're going to have to take the hit there on the Geode Mecha Forcer. Doesn't want to trade off the Lulu just yet. Going to go back up to 12 HP. So now Darlian.
Oh, Whimsy. I didn't see it in the hand. No wonder Genesis wasn't afraid.
And still now 7 HP though. Could have done both though, I guess, no?
I guess if you want to keep the help picks in hand as discard fodder for the Poro Cannon, if you were expecting to trade away a lot more of your board here.
I think just stopping the health gain, any lifesteal whatsoever would have been worth it in the end. So maybe just, missed it there. Just, minor mistake coming in from Genesis that it does end up happening. Like I said,
the Lulu leveling up is not something that happens often enough where players are really considering help picks in the mix, right?
It's still, once again, not a 6v1, a 5v2 with a landmark thrown into the mix, trying to get some extra cards off for Genesis, but it still seems to be very much in control for Genesis, despite the Yasuo coming down, not leveled up yet, and there's no more stuns currently in hand. Yeah,
the Cosmic Wonder was already cashed in. Off the top, what are we looking for here? Hush plus... It's just such a shame, right? Because we know that Targon is all about those slow answers. And Genesis is playing a deck that is setting up these beautiful open attacks. So there's no way for Targon to respond. No Concussive Palm. This has got to be it. There's the help picks for the vulnerable on the Yasuo.
Darling does the math. The surrender is hovered and the surrender is committed. Genesis able to get the reverse sweep in this series. Go up 2-1 against Darling in the end and knock down Darling, who has a very interesting Targon lineup. Down to loser's bracket, and Genesis will be advancing into the finals versus Casman.
Yeah, very well played. Good to see the tail end of such a dramatic set. The Lulu Fizz, a lot of players, did say that the deck is still quite strong. Obviously, one of the key cards that was not touched in the big balance patch. But let's take a look at how the rest of the bracket played out.
And it will be, as you mentioned, Genesis versus Casman, but unfortunately, Extasio has been eliminated. Had a triple Targon's Peak lineup we will not be able to see in this week's tournament. Very, very unfortunate. And Jinden also was taken down. Marcus and Broken Ball both still alive and trying to fight for a chance in that loser bracket now. Marcus versus Darlian and Broken Ball versus Fëanor. But of course, we will be casting the winner's final, Genesis versus Casman, when we get back from this break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. My name is Scarzig, joined by ImpetuousPanda. We're about to jump into the winners' finals between Casman and Genesis.
A lot more urinal arms that we would have liked to see, but also some extra spice with Genesis bringing Sundisk as one of his decks. We haven't seen it yet on stream. We just got the tail end of his matchup against Darlian, but it is a deck that does exist, can possibly get banned in most cases. That is something that we have, talked about and expected in some cases, but maybe we're able to see it in action for those players that haven't been able to play it themselves on ladder year, haven't been able to play against it, which is probably rare. It is a deck that has, obviously, with the new buffs to Azir especially, found a much more consistent path towards getting that Sundisk online and getting the Hollywood movies coming out from Shurima.
But before we get to the Sundisk, I want to talk about the Yordles and Arms decks that Genesis has rounded out their lineup with. This is the Fae Swarm variant, again, with a few changes. No Conchologist is fine. Only 2 Loping Telescope. Has the Petricite Broadwing, right? Going a little bit deeper into that Demacia idea. And, of course, the 3 Yordles and Arms. Not a lot has changed, but it just comes down to the fact, can this deck, find a different strat? Or do they just play the same style with a small adaptation to their game plan, just recognizing that it's going to be a bit slower to set up? And just go for those bigger combos later in the game.
Second deck will also be Yordle and Arms, and that's going to be just the one we just saw at the very end there. So Fizz Lulu, the classic Flame Chompers combination. Again, the game plan between all of these decks is always the same, trying to flood the board very quickly, very efficiently, and then having that payoff with the board-wide buff as a finisher.
And we got the 1 copy of Yuumi in here, which is pretty spicy. I haven't seen this build yet, and even 1 minion, right? Just having that extra ability to consistently play and flood the board is a pretty nice touch. Also has the Aftershock here as a nod against other Bandletree decks, and maybe a Sundisk here and there. Targon's Peak, rip.
And the final deck will be, as we mentioned, the Sundisk deck that is now a viable competitive strategy. We actually saw Cosimo bring it almost chokingly, but he ended up getting second place in one of the fight nights a few months ago. When it was considered kind of more of a meme deck than it was competitive, but now this is the version that players are bringing in as maybe the definitive, with the newly improved Quicksand as well coming in.
Yeah, there's a couple different ideas here. There's a very predict heavy hyper Sundisk flip variant that can get a lot of wins versus decks that aren't specifically built or are unoptimized right now in the new meta. But this more mid-range variant, making use of that powerful Xerath control with the Endless Devout, Rite of Arcane, etc., ends up being a little bit more stable across a wider variety of matchups. And it's going to be a banger. I've been playing a ton of Xerath Zillion, so I kind of understand how the Shurima toolbox mid-range control package really plays out. And then instead of having Arsenal at the top, you've got the Sundisk and that fantastic level 3 Xerath just dealing 5 damage to something at the start of every round.
Important to mention, obviously, the Soothsayer is a very important addition. It has to be in this deck to try and protect the Buried Sundisk to allow it to go off when there is a meta that is trying to target and counter it very directly. We haven't seen many players bringing Noxus today, but we do see the Aftershock, for example, we saw in the Fizz Lulu deck, and that's just the main reason for it.
And I think that if you are Castman, you're thinking to yourself, okay, well, I have Scouts, I have a pretty decently aggressive lineup. Maybe I can just punch through the Sundisk deck. And I think that if you're Genesis, you're like, okay, I'll just try to ban Scouts. And it really just changes what the remaining matchups are, because no deck really wants to get high rolled by Scouts, and no deck really wants to get high rolled by Yordles and Arms.
Yeah, a lot of things not to be high rolled by, but this is a meta where if everything goes well for some of these decks, if their strategies are able to fall in place, in the right few turns, it's a very explosive meta where things we were seeing before, kind of the non-games between the Pantheon decks, the Faded decks, and your Arms, whereas there's this kind of very solitaire approach, and all of a sudden, if you have all the right cards in the right order, you have that crazy Jordan Arms on the exact turn you need it. There sometimes just isn't an answer from your opponent's deck in many cases.
Yeah, and that philosophy is what gave rise to the super predict heavy version. where you're even running things like Feral Prescience. You're just playing, you're getting the Sun Disc out of your deck for free at the start of the game. That you can play something like a Dune Keeper, so that's already 2 procs for leveling up your Azir, and then you're just using your predicts to find those champions, play that Azir on curve, and then it's just like the deck is just built to level the Sun Disc like on turn 6, and most decks just don't have a way to stop it. Even if you have answers for the Sun Disc, there is the Soothsayer, there's Rite of Negation, that also stops like top end burn finishers like Decimate and whatnot. So overall, Sun Disc is certainly well positioned, and as it stands, it's got to now go through the gauntlet of how does it fare when it has a target on its back.
And the ban does come through onto Casman's Faded deck, so the Pantheon, Yuumi, Taric deck is not going to be available, and it looks like the Sun Disc will actually be put through here for Genesis.
Ooh, I think we just saw a quick glimpse there. Is it going to be Sun Disc versus Scouts? I had hypothesized that Scouts would still be very well positioned in this current metagame, and I've seen other players, you know, smirking because Sun Disc does quite well into Scouts. Again, you've got the rock hoppers that make it very difficult to develop your key targets safely, things like Sculptor and Petrosite Broadwing. We could keep Xerath in the opening hand with the right setup of landmarks that just keeps pinging the board down. Scouts just won't ever have a good setup, but
we need to have some early presence on the board, so Rockhopper and Soothsayer are going to be there. Sun Disc comes down with the board as expected on turn 1, and we'll see the tempo if you can keep up on Genesis side, because obviously once the Sun Disc does level up, you know, if the game is still going on, I think Genesis will be very favored. But in these early turns, especially with, you know, rally effects, it's going to be very dangerous.
Genesis has the opportunity to just set up the Rockhopper here. We know that Scouts doesn't have any landmark removal, and what this does is it puts the Roiling Sands in play to pressure the MF development on turn 3. We also have Rite of the Arcane to also clear her, because there is no mana floated for a potential Ranger's Resolve or Sharp Sight.
A lot of landmarks here, but little to do. You can't, I mean, you have the threat obviously onto the MF if it is played. But other than that, there's, you know, I guess the Rite of the Arcane is the one thing.
And we know that, again, you can just use Rite of the Arcane even when there's not a landmark in play. You just can destroy a mana crystal and still deal that 4 damage to something.
There's a second one being drawn. Still no clear trade, even with the vulnerable onto the Sergeant, so just going to pass there for now.
And so Miss Fortune is able to hit the board with that Roiling Sands out of the way. She's set up now, and we've got Rite of the Arcane. Genesis maybe just thinking, can I take 1 hit? Can I play the Soothsayer to get another blocker? Do I want to destroy my own Preservarium to answer the MF?
A big hit coming through here, but not really enormous just yet. Down to 10 now on the Nexus for Genesis. Still very much alive. Has the Azir as well. Was maybe hoping to see something played out for 1 mana, because Ranger's Resolve might still be an answer here. And
yeah, it doesn't use the Quicksand, just takes the damage and answers the Misfortune. Again, one of the key components of Scout's success is that Misfortune getting onto the board and leveling up. The Soothsayers now are decent blockers, but we just don't have good ways to keep the board under control. Now that you're at 10 HP, you're starting to get into that weird position where if this is Quinn this turn or Island Navigator into a Golden Aegis, it could end the game.
It's going to be a second MF instead, and there can be possibly an open attack next turn, depending if there are going to be more 1-drops or 2-drops, and that's going to be the case. Mirai Warden does come down here. The vulnerable isn't necessarily good. You want to get the proc for the summon for the Azir here, so you do end up attacking with the Soothsayer. Doesn't die outright, but will die to the MF next turn.
Yeah, being able to block with the 3/3 sets the Soothsayer down to a 1/1, so it will just die to the love tap from Misfortune. We have Quicksand to hold back some of this damage. Xerath is there. It's looking very close for Genesis here, but if the Xerath and Azir can hit the board, then we will be safe. Castman has a fantastic open attack and plenty of mana in reserve for a potential Golden Aegis.
Quicksand has to be committed at this point. MF not going to be leveling up anytime soon because this is his second MF, as we saw before. One of them was already killed, and there have been no Scout attacks whatsoever.
Going down to 1 HP? Ooh, you've got to use the Quicksand at the very least, because Golden Aegis means that misfortune will kill you.
Ranger's Resolve comes through. Maybe banking if there isn't going to be any kind of rally effect. If there isn't a rally effect, maybe he's doomed anyway, is what Genesis is currently thinking.
So Scouts managing to just draw into some good tempo here versus the Sun Disc. Genesis might not have been expecting to play against such an aggressive start, such an aggressive deck. And, you know, these it really comes down to, you know, how familiar are you with the matchup?
And there looks like
trying to threaten Rite of Negation, but doesn't have it.
Golden Aegis comes through. Scouts too fast, too much tempo for Genesis to handle, and the Sun Disc is completely irrelevant as he ends up losing this game one. Extremely quick game one is what Scouts is trying to do, prey upon these decks that are trying to build up towards something big, but that they end up getting to that point a little bit too late. Yeah,
the early Soothsayer maybe could have been developed as a chump to stop some damage. The Quicksand was not cashed in. So that potential to block 4 damage somewhere along the line was pretty rough. And you know how it is with Scouts. They force you to spend all of your mana to keep up, and then you don't have mana in reserve for a lot of your reactive things and your spells, and then they just manage to keep their board and beat you down.
There was a one Red of the Arcane that was played out after the first MF attack for apparently no reason. I mean, I don't know if you're trying to bait out a second one drop to come out and to maybe bait out a Range Resolve from killing the MF, but all in all, you have to just go for it. If he has Range Resolve, then, you know, GG, you probably lose anyway. But if he doesn't, you end up saving 4 health there at the very beginning, and might have changed the outcome of this a little bit. But overall, still a very tough matchup.
And when we compare this to Sivir Akshan, it's a deck that's known to be much slower, much more mid-range value. However, Castman has demonstrated repeatedly, not only on this broadcast today, but last week, that he can pilot this deck in a much more aggressive style. So we'll see how many big gambles Castman wants to take to close out this set in a 2-0.
Akshan comes down on turn 2, as it always seems to be. In this case, not an attack token to accompany him, so I'm gonna take things a little bit slower, and couldn't end up blocking against both attackers last turn. And now the Endless Devout here are gonna make things a little bit awkward for Akshan.
Yeah, Endless Devout was one of the cards we wanted to see in the last game, right? You get that 3/3 that's a good blocker, activate your Rite of the Arcane that summons a 5/3 while you're also answering your opponent, and it's one of the power plays that can really hold down the fort for this game in the mid, throughout the mid game. But when we see Castman's ability to set up, just going to go for the single combat. There's no response, right? There's no way to clear this barrier, just taking advantage of it. It's an extra strike for the Akshan, an extra target for the Akshan. This Warlord's Palace is hyper leveling. It's about to flip. It's the game of landmark acceleration, Panda.
Genesis seems happy to make the trades here just to try and continue forcing pressure onto the Nexus. Of course, the 3-2 will pretty surely block the Endless Devout, but this opens up so much more landmark synergy as well if it does occur with the Last Breath effect.
Ooh, I like this. It's a very nice half measure. You keep your 3-2 as a better blocker. You get to strike with the Akshan here, so that it just puts the Warlord's Palace down to 1 tick to flip the start of your next turn. And either way, you are going to keep the Endless Devout alive. You're going to do both. Trying to force that Quicksand, perhaps.
And maybe stop those synergies from happening, and that's going to be the Akshan leveling up the Warlord's Horde, or the Palace rather, into the Horde, and now level up on Akshan as well, and just not trying to, I mean, it's still a pretty big hit, down to 12 HP now for Castman.
So now we're just going to go for the Relic of Power. Again, that is fleeting. You've got to cash it in this turn. Get that nice predict draw. Castman most likely looking for a Sivir here to keep this train going. Just another strong development. Skips on the Ancient Preparation. What do you think Genesis is looking for rather than Endless Devout?
I guess he is here. We talked about the importance of just trying to get both your champion level ups happening as soon as possible to get the Sun Disc. Especially if you feel the pressure from the Akshan list. As you mentioned, we saw in the one series we saw Castman playing this. I was surprised to see the game ending so quickly with Akshan Sivir. Usually a deck that tries to build up towards something that's almost insurmountable in how Sivir works with her keywords, but in this case it was just kind of a tempo race.
And Genesis really did want to save the Soothsayer to protect Azir as well. But you need a little bit more development here against the open attack. There is, again, no quicksand to slow down this attack. Genesis only running 2 copies in this list. Despite how powerful the card is, when you're just taking attack from something and you aren't actually removing it from play, you're running into that frostbite problem of you're just delaying a problem for a couple turns, and sometimes that's not enough.
And there's a Sivir coming in. Another problem is kind of the board space problem with landmark. You have to be very careful. You have to really plan ahead, not just one turn, but even a few turns ahead to think, you know, this becomes a landmark. It takes up this space here, because if not, you're going to find yourself in awkward situations.
Oh no, Desert Naturalist being used to maybe clear the Sentinel's horde.
It's
doesn't
quite
feel
low
that
tempo.
great.
Yeah.
I honestly, with only 1 mana available, Petrosite Broadwing at 3, you could probably just play Xerath here. And then when the Ancient Preps hatch next round, you get some pings onto the board.
Could instead go for the Sandstone Charger, just trying to make this attack a little bit less appealing for Castman. But with quick attack, you know, how much can you really succeed in doing that?
Yeah, it's definitely just about holding the fort for now. Castman had a beautiful turbo level of the Akshan, was able to predict draw, has the Sivir now working in tandem. It's only a matter of time before she levels up, and Genesis now just has to get the Sivir, excuse me, the Xerath and the Azir in play. With these final 2 landmarks popping, honestly, you can block with Endless Devout here to get another landmark ticking down, to combo with your Desert Naturalist to get 2 or 3 more blockers in play with 1 go.
Castman really considering if it's worth attacking with the Petrohead Broadwing or not. The 2 quick attack units are definitely going to go in. I'm going to assume both the Akshan and the Sivir. Castman has to decide soon. So the Akshan does not go in the end. It's going to be only the Sivir alongside that Petrohead Broadwing coming in.
With honestly, with like Akshan leveled up with quick attack, maybe you're thinking, okay, if I keep the Akshan alive, I can get grappling hook, which gives me another like more aggressive tempo answer. And now at turn 6, this is where you'd want to have Azir already in play or Xerath already in play. We got a quick hover of the Azir. I think it's at 11 out of 13. Yes.
Yep. Genesis is in the production room. He's like, yep, yeah, guys. Yep, you got it.
And so this is the idea, right? If you had Azir in play already, you'd be able to summon the Xerath and then attack, and then you get those final 2 charges, and then your Sun Disc fully activates on this turn. That's like the dream combo that a lot of these Sun Disc decks want to go for. And Genesis, last round, we saw just underplaying, trying to threaten that right of negation to keep Castman from doing something reckless. But I don't think that you can really threaten it from this position. And you need the Xerath in play so that you can use those landmark pings to help keep the board under control. There's the Golden Aegis, no right of negation. Genesis too afraid to develop Xerath to control the board because there's no Hourglass to back him up.
It seems like Scarzig's dog does not like Golden Aegis. I cannot blame him. I feel the same way. If I were able to bark, I would probably also bark in response. But Castman does commit it in. The Azir does come in leveled up already. So one step of the way to that perfect, nice, 2-minute long movie we'll be able to watch maybe in a little while. It's the only reason I came here today, Scarzig, is to watch some movies.
And the bad news is that you try to jump down, you can't block anything. This is an attack into an open attack. At the very least, the Petrosite Broadwing goes down. No, it gets the barrier shared because of the Aegis. Heavens. So we still get another challenger unit. We've got the Petrosite Flame Chomper setting up for a lethal here. Watch your out. Not even quicksand.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult here. Again, not because of the stack, because the next attack is going to be Castman's, and it can't just go for the open without there really being much blockers here because the Petrosite is still alive.
And we're 1 round off of the Restored Devout coming out to help protect the Nexus here. Another devastating swing cracking in on the Nexus. We could see Absolver as well to close out, and there's just nothing Genesis can do. Again, it just came down to the fact that Genesis was playing very, very conservatively with the Xerath. The ability for this champion to come down and just control the board as your landmarks are circulating, and then you don't end up in these positions where your opponent has a wide, strong board and lots of rallies to threaten. But
as expected, the way we were seeing, you know, the committal here from Casman, the Absolver is in hand, the Shenimo comes through, the GG comes through, there's nothing that Genesis can do in current hand, fast or burst speed, and game 2 will go to Casman, the series will go to Casman, and Casman will once again find himself in the grand finals of Fight Night EU. Already got second place last week, maybe trying to improve on that this week. Coming in from the winner's side, going to have that extra life as well going to the grand finals. So definitely in a good position with a very strong lineup. Triple Demacia still is you know, reign supreme in Runeterra.
Yeah, and then even a couple tight spots where we thought that the Sun Disc could give it some trouble. You know, Casman was able to shift gears. A lot of these decks sometimes, when they don't draw well or they are forced to adapt to the opponent's game plan, can't afford to do that tempo. But Casman has been repeatedly, you know, setting the pace for the game, which is so important for decks of that nature, where you force your opponent to play your game plan.
We do still have some loser bracket matches still going on, so we will jump into Marcus versus Darlene. This is the round 2 of losers bracket. The winner of this match will face the winner of the other losers bracket match, was going to be Broken Ball versus Fëanor. So still a lot to be decided on the losers bracket. Obviously we're going to have Genesis waiting at the very tail end of that in the losers final for quite a few rounds still, and Casman even more so, but still 4 players trying to fight for survival on the losers side, and I believe it is currently probably 1-1 between Marcus and Darlene here.
Ooh, so Marcus actually running the Taliyah Ziggs Arsenal deck. Basically, you're kind of taking that Xerath Zillion idea, and then you're putting a much more aggressive slant on it. Taliyah buffed up. We can see here with the extra stats and the overwhelm that a Herald of the Magus has been developed at some point, and there is massive overwhelm damage coming through against Darlene here.
Darlene 5 HP now. I assume it's not 0-0, or else these players have been in this game for a very long time. But we will get an update on that score from production very soon to find out just exactly what is at stake. Oh, it is 0-0, apparently.
This is game 1. Darlene has been fighting for his life. Hush on the Arsenal, but we can't stop this Taliyah damage.
Oh, Targon, why did he have to return?
So what's the line? We can deny one of the rock throws, but Leona still dies, so. We've got Unraveled Earth to maybe burst, draw a couple more cards, get another buff. Hourglass to sidestep the lifesteal, making this lethal. That needs to be denied.
They will do just that. Just, again, trying to save alive, trying to stay alive is the game plan for Target in most cases. Leona Yasuo especially is a deck that just tries to stall and stun and then eventually win with a huge invoke win conditions. And that's what we're seeing here as well. Now only down to 1 HP, so just barely alive.
Yeah, has to develop these chump blockers to absorb the Roiling Sands now. Great Beyond. Can you make it happen? The Arsenal has elusive. You can stun it with the Sunhawk, but then you don't have enough mana to play the Great Beyond. So we've got to go for Ravun, the Daylight Spear. Picks up a Sun Guardian. That's not going to be enough, unfortunately.
And that's going to be GG, I think. But at least it's still game 1, so Darlene has a chance to come back into it in games 2 and 3. On the other side of the loser bracket, there is actually already a result. Broken Ball did advance, and Fëanor has been eliminated. So the winner of this match will be going up against Broken Ball. We did see Darlene versus Broken Ball to start things off at the very round 1 of this tournament, so it could be a rematch in the making.
Marcus being a little rude here, not developing the Ziggs to just get the direct damage to the Nexus by destroying that landmark. But Darlene is a good sport, saying like, "Wow, Taliyah Ziggs, eh?"
That's going to be a surrender. So game 1 goes to Marcus. It was, it seemed that Darling was able to stall out endlessly, but even when he had the win condition with Elusive, there was the arsenal with Elusive as well, so it wasn't a clear-cut path to victory for Darling there in the end. Unfortunate, but that's how it is. The bans, it looks like it was once again a Felio Swain that was banned on Darling's side. And an overwhelm list. Gnar, Darius, a list that I'm assuming, and I think it's correct to assume Rico
Yes.
Rex has made popular and has made strong, of course. His deck building, his optimizations are always very, very good.
Even after the Gnar nerf, it's still a very solid card, right? You get a 5/5 with Overwhelm still and quick attacks. So you get the multiple reps of that damage. You're drawing extra cards. It's always been a weakness of these archetypes. Remember back when the Shurima Freljord Overwhelm and the Noxus Freljord Overwhelm decks were meta a long time ago. They would just run out of gas. You had to draw basically the perfect curve in order to get things going. And Marcus opting for rear guard with the attack token on turn 1 rather than the Omen Hawk.
It's always kind of interesting when you see cards get nerfed and they're still played with Telescope and Gnar. It goes to show, maybe how strong those cards were in their original form, and now still effective and still, good enough to see play. I think is always a good sign as well.
Mm-hmm. I think that overall, Darlian is very favored in this matchup. We've got the shield bearers, which are just huge HP pools there to tank these overwhelm swings. Things like Hush and Blinded Mystic going to shut down some of the later game threats. This version from Marcus, if it's based on like a newer build I've seen floating around Twitter, this is not an Alpha Wildclaw version. No, this one makes use of a Fallen Reckoner to set up some really cheeky plays in the mid game.
Overall, with Darlian bringing this deck list to the tournament, I don't think he assumed, oh yeah, I'm gonna
counter Overwhelm.
But it's a very nice silver lining here for him, because coming into the series and seeing this deck, he's like, oh, but this is almost a free win because my strategy does exactly what Overwhelm is so scared of. Just stuns, very efficient stuns as well, 24/7.
And so Yasuo is swinging in, just very clean. We've got the Pale Cascade to back this up. You aren't really afraid of anything that Marcus does have, except maybe Troll Chant.
It just goes to show even the hand for Marcus is almost like very fair in terms of how quickly it runs out of cards, and when there's you have stuns that are able to stall out what should be your tempo win and your tempo advantage. All of a sudden you get to the late game without any cards in hand, and you can't really do anything about it.
I'm actually quaking right now because we've got the Fallen Reckoner buffed by the Omen Hawk on curve. This is going to grant Yasuo can't block. So then he's just sitting there in the back line, just praying that there's enough stuns.
I mean, he is a backline champion, so
very true, very true.
He doesn't want to block anyway. He's like, fine, give me can't block. I didn't want to block anyway.
So we've got Blinded Mystic, can take Overwhelm away from this 5/4. Give +1/+1 to the Yasuo while we're at it.
Oh.
We've got still enough mana for Steel Tempest. And now with the silence on the Fallen Reckoner, we don't get the Risen Reckoner, which would be very devastating.
And of course, you can stun the Force Rate, but you do want to get the kill instead with a Yasuo on the board. So we're going to be stunning the 3/1 instead, and getting the kill through the tough there. So just trying to control the board, stalling out, but also that's the thing with Yasuo. Usually stuns are just stalling out, and you don't actually gain control or start getting some control over the board. But with Yasuo on the board, that changes. You're able to actually start killing units as well.
And Darlie now with another big decision, going for Solari Priestess to get, again, Fallen Comet, Golden Sister, which has been so important over the course of this game's survival win rate, or going for Leona to get another stun. Just keeping mana open and staying flexible is super important here. Marcus consistently has this 3 mana available, keeping that Troll Chant potentially up. Based on the play from last round, Darlian has the read that there is no Troll Chant, but it was top decked to this round.
gonna chump block instead with the 1/1. Maybe
Yasuo
considering
still
now
can't block, so no point in responding to it.
the Battle Fury is a possibility as well.
Ooh,
if
would
needed.
you preemptively Battle Fury to put the lethal down on the stack and force that stun? Marcus recognizes that you are running out of resources from this position, so you just have to say, can I catch you lacking?
And that might be it. There's no
Written in
stun currently.
stars, written in stars into Pale Cascade.
Gonna be Leona instead. Didn't find that Yasuo, which would have been a Steel Tempest, so unfortunate for Darlian, but it seems like there's
Pale
no answer
Cascade
unless
for one more card.
there's a second one.
And it's Concussive Palm!
He does find the stun in the end, so the 12 attack unit is going to be benched for now on this attack. Only 2 damage spilling over through the Yeti onto the Priestess here.
And there has been several points in Fight Night history where players have had, like, lethals, but have respected their opponent's hand quality a little bit too much. So Marcus going for the throat there and forcing a draw into a draw was definitely the key. If Darlian had taken the Traveler or the Warrior instead of Written in Stars to get that burst speed, it would have been lethal.
And that was the turning point because now Leona comes on the board. Both Yasuo and Leona now are here. You have Denies as well available to make sure you can answer to things like the Decisive Maneuver and Whirling Death even. And you have the bigger body blockers.
Yeah, so really just very narrow margins here in the in this game too. We said that, you know, Darlian was generically favored just because of the Hush and the Blinded Mystic, all the stuns, etc. And it's starting to show here, but these overwhelmed tempo decks can always find the wins if they get the proper setups. And, you know, Marcus was able to find the line, just didn't pay off.
If there's going to be a full-on attack or not from Darlian, there aren't really, you know, any good trades. Everything will be dying to anything that gets blocked here. So I think a full attack does make sense for Darlian here. No Deny mana available now, though. Only Noblify.
Yep, so we can go in with the Whirling Death to maybe clear something. If Marcus wants to take the big gamble this turn, I think you just need to block as little as possible, right? And then once you survive, you then can swing back in with the Whirling Death and the Decisive Maneuver to fork against Denies.
And still,
There's also potential for Troll Chant, right, to set up a value trade here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's going to probably be both. So Noblify will find some value onto the Whirling Death at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
We'll stop attempted to kill here.
So we go Whirling Death this round. That tanks the Noblify. Next round, Darlian will be exactly will be at 10 mana with this one floated.
And there's going to be the attempt at the Decisive Maneuver onto the Leona, but Deny is going to be there. So unless something fantastic is opened up for Marcus.
Wow, the Darlian top decks are too powerful. Marcus cannot get there with the Overwhelm list. If the Blinded Mystic also had not silenced the Fallen Reckoner, we would have gotten another proc of cannot block.
There's a Hush that comes through proactively, and Marcus now has to decide, you know, is there anything really relevant for me to do here? You can stun the 3-2 and push through some damage. You don't necessarily kill a Leona yet, though, even. So, and it's not obviously lethal as well with the 11 HP on the Nexus for Darlian. So,
I do like that line as well, protecting your Tusk Speaker because it's carrying the Battle Fury. And so it's going to be game 2 going to Darlian. Both players battled down to the very bottom of their resources, but Darlian's Targon Ionia deck is specifically tailored to take down these mid-range board-based decks like this.
Darius is found, and there's a Sunburst here, so it's not lethal just yet. There is an Overwhelm on the Leona, unfortunately. That patch is long gone.
Doesn't have Overwhelm on level 2, rip. So just gonna go for just gonna go for the Morning Light. Gets the stun, sets up the lethal. Marcus can respond with Darius here, who was buffed to a 6/6 recently, but it doesn't matter because there is an angry sun laser waiting for Darius as soon as he steps off of that boat.
Does have 7 HP now,
he's
though.
Buffed. Oh, wait a minute.
Buffed.
Hang on a second. So now you have to swing with Leona.
Oh, no.
So because Darius has to block the Leona.
You jinxed it, Scarzig, by assuming the game was over. You never count out Darius.
Listen, I gotta make it spicy for the chat.
Do you end up somebody? I think you, yeah, maybe you have to. I mean, just think.
Yeah, so you don't lose to top deck Battle Fury. Yeah.
Now we're down to the top.
Hang on a second.
There's a rear guard.
Legion rear guard, go!
The palm is here, though.
All right, so you pass.
This is the kind of Runeterra that I want to play, None of this ultimate value, Bandle City, Yordle Arms. This is what I want to play.
You want to be a mud fest, drag
Foundation Runeterra gameplay. This is what it's all about.
Deck war.
You're hoping you get the Sifter before they get anything relevant. That kind of gameplay was my jam.
Gnar! Oh baby, we're back at it. So we've got Gnar, who's going to get stunned by Concussive Palm, and then Marcus gets killed.
Oh, there is going to be now some Overwhelm coming through the Zenith Blade onto the Ravan, and nothing that Marcus can do. Killing the Overwhelm player with Overwhelm. How tragic that is, Scarzig. But game 2 goes to Darlin.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Exactly. And when we go into a game 3, as you mentioned, it was extremely close. We thought Marcus had it, We thought there was no answer.
The rated stars. Listen, I was like, you take the Traveler here or the Warrior. They're big challengers. You control the board. They've got decent HP to block Overwhelm. But no, that burst speed spell to activate the burst speed draw from Pale Cascade saved that game for Darlian.
And then we thought Darlene had it as well, but Darius came through at the end for Marcus, so it took a little bit longer than expected, but Darlene in the end was able to get that win. Final game of the day will be kind of a throwback. Freljord Overwhelm was somewhat popular in some metas, and that meta coincided with Zoe Vi to some extent. So 2 decks that are definitely not considered anything new necessarily, but they have new tools to work with and new buffs, of course, on the Victor as well. It's also found in this Zoe Vi list.
It's always nice after a balanced patch where some older lists can be revisited and maybe, carve out a niche for themselves once again in the metagame. And here in the opening, we do get the top deck Omen Hawk to put Marcus on the trajectory here. If those buffed units are strong enough, it's going to be very difficult for Darlene to keep up in terms of stats. There's no 2-mana play right now.
Ooh, Darius. Not necessarily the best to get on Darius because Darius is a unit that you want to answer anyway. Already has a lot of stats, so kind of the incremental value of the +1/+1 isn't massive.
Mm-hmm. With no Zoe, Marcus must be feeling pretty good though, right? You don't have that potential to get Crescent Strike and Equinox off of the star chart.
But still just a little bit far behind on the tempo on the board now with the Omen Hawk still being there. Obviously the Ballista will come down now at 3. And there will be a Sum Treasure possibly from Darlian, but not really anything to discard.
Marcus is considering the line of floating that 3 mana, maybe to save it for the Whirling Death. But I think you just got to go for the tempo here.
Could also be the beam, but I think you want to keep this beam for a Darius, for example.
As, things get bigger, especially like things that are hit with Battle Fury, have this big permanent extra like attack and defense. The Thermogenic Beam is going to be fantastic later on in the game. Because you can do like Hush at burst speed for against one thing and then Thermogenic Beam to answer the other.
Might be a Priestess, just chump block the Omen Hawk if it does attack and just allow the 4/3 to go through, possibly.
There is a world where we Sump Dredger, maybe discard one of the Priestesses so we get a 1-for-1 into the Ballista.
Mm-hmm.
And again, with this deck, you can't be, stingy with using your resources. You've got to do the best play at the time and with just a nod to the future. That's, again, one of the reasons this deck never really caught on was because unless you're playing at this super high level, it's hard to find that win percentage that you're looking for.
There's going to be Zoe now coming down a little bit later than expected on turn 4, but just as soon as he was found, immediately hits the board. And you're going to try and, again, make this a win condition as well.
We've also got Vi cooking in the hand. She's going to be a great answer in the mid game to maybe snipe this Gnar, snipe a Darius. Oh, answering the Gnar is so tempting here, and you could argue for or against.
With a Vi as a you know, she's gonna have a lot of stats, gonna be able to trade into Darius anyway. I think it is worth, and you're still at 16 HP, so you're still not necessarily at the point where Darius will be leveling up.
And then you're denying that pokey stick and that card draw to Marcus's list. That is, again, just trying to play out on curve. Doesn't really want to play around getting extra resources. And so now at 5 mana, we're back in Marcus's court. The Fallen Reckoner is another idea to develop, but there's not a good target, right? You want the Zoe to block.
I do have to mention, I love Darlian's position. Looks definitely very relaxed.
Oh yeah, comfy. Got the blanket and everything. Let's
Gonna have
go.
to try that one out. You know, maybe it's the hidden tech for the perfect posture. Maybe he knows something we don't know. He's read some mythical book.
And so Vi does hit the board. 6 attack now. 4 HP plus tough means that you can swing in on this ballista if you'd like. Or maybe just take the Omen Hawk out.
Troll Chant is always in the back of your mind when you're facing against, you know, anything with Freljord. You always think, you know, especially combat-based decks like Overwhelm, they're really making a point of having Troll Chant in the deck for sure and available as soon as possible.
Priestess seems pretty good here. You want, you know that Marcus is under pressure with the Vi in play. There's really nothing good for them to develop that they want to sacrifice. And Falling Comet, a massive pickup here. And if you're Marcus, what is your line? You just have to go for the Reckoner. But can't block on the Vi.
And Darius, of course, unless he leveled up, he's just not really the biggest threat at 6 mana.
He did get buffed by Omen Hawk, though. We did see a glimpse there. He's 7/7. But I guess you could play Reckoner. When Vi goes for the throat, you can Whirling Death. Versus a Pale Cascade, however. It's close. And then you want to keep the Yeti in your hand because it's discounting itself. And even if the Reckoner goes down, you get the Risen Reckoner, so you can put Can't Block on another target and set up for a swing that Darlian really struggles against. We have Self Hush as an option against that, but the matchup here is like has a lot of back and forth. Surprisingly, there's a lot of intricacies here. Each player trying to outplay the other one's resources.
Interaction in Runeterra, Scarzig? No. No. Could this be why everyone loves these older decks? No, Scarzig. Don't tell me it's that way.
Listen, I don't remember too many people complaining about Zoe Vi, but I know we all hated Super Cool Star Chart back in the day.
Pale Cascade coming onto the Vi here, the extra stats allowing to trade with a tough onto the Reckoner here, and again, just trying to control the board, trying to control the bigger threats on the board especially.
So Marcus has the opportunity here to just Whirling Death to 1-for-1 the Vi, or just Troll Chant to save the Reckoner, to keep the take attack away from Zoe so she doesn't get to strike the Nexus.
Yeah, I think that's the best option. But the Reckoner would not be saved at this point.
Oh yeah, Vi too big.
There's too much
because
attack
she gets the extra attack power from her passive. Yeah, so you would just Whirling Death to deal 1 extra damage to the Vi, and at this point you're like, well, I've got the Risen Reckoner now.
And I think you do want to try. You're trying to find the avenue where you can use Whirling Death to push through Overwhelm damage on a unit when you are attacking to try and even get a lethal swing. But it's unlikely. I mean, you're facing so many different answers, like the Hodges, for
Star
example.
Chart and a Crescent Strike. We get to just kill this ephemeral unit.
That is massive. Stopping the Overwhelm as well. When you don't actually have combat stats of your own on the board for now, you still have a very cheap board with a Vi that has been taken down to only 1 HP.
And now we've got the Ancient Yeti that can swing in. This Vi will have to trade down. There is another Vi in the hand there. We see the Vault Breaker ready to go. And keep on swinging, keep on fighting.
Could be fine to play out the Ballistic bot. just to not allow the Omen Hawk to get in the extra swing. But I guess, yeah, then maybe you just block the Omen Hawk with the Vi instead with the Tough. So it does make sense.
We've even got Sunblessed Vigor in order to take a little bit less damage there. But again, respecting the Whirling Death. And Marcus doesn't want to go for it, right? He's not using it to answer these threats. He wants to save it for the big overwhelm push through. So I'm glad that, Marcus is playing very patiently, despite playing a deck that kind of wants to be more aggressive. Sometimes you get these lines where you're playing it more like a combo deck almost. The Solari Priestess and the Zoe still can't block. So from this position, Marcus is building up a massively wide board compared to what Darlene can put down.
That's going to be the case here. Rear guard. And yeah, the Darius coming at the end. Now still only 13 HP. I don't think it'll be a level up before the Darius actually connects, depending on what overall units they block.
Transmogulator. And so what's important here is we can use the Transmogulator to transform the Solari Priestess into something else, so then it can then block. Or you just transform something else into a Solari Priestess that can't block. I don't believe it's an exact copy. So the Solari Priestess that Marcus gets would still have the ability to block.
There's now the Vi coming down, giving everything Challenger and Tough as well. So
Zoe board, leveling up. The win con that you prophesied on turn 2.
This board is now much more in control for Darlene. Can really pick and choose all the different trades here. Can kill off the Darius without, there is the Troll Chant available.
And yeah, you just go for the pulls here.
You don't have enough. Yeah, I think this is better, to be honest.
Because you got the Hush for the Darius.
Exactly. And you don't get punished by Troll Chant this way. I mean, yes, to some extent, but not in a way that's extremely impactful.
So Darlene managing to pull it off here. There was only the one moment where Zoe was in combat there with the Reckoner. If you wanted to Whirling Death the Zoe to prevent her leveling up. But Marcus was just in a position where if I can keep this wide board, then I can just go for a lethal swing. And it ended up just getting cut off here with this massive flip with the second Vi.
And the way that Darlene has done this, Whirling Death can't even be used to kill the Vi here with the Darius because it can't actually block. There's only the elusive unit left unblocked. The Zoe means that Darius cannot actually enter combat. He has been barred from this combat arena.
And with Zoe at 4 HP and Tough, also protected from the Ballista Whirling Death. So just fantastic stat management.
Level up comes through on Vi. Both these units do end up surviving here for Marcus's attack. But as you mentioned, with the Hush available, I feel like, most of the danger is the Whirling Death killing a unit and then having that overwhelm damage come through uncontested.
Another Reckoner off the top. This is going to put can't block on the Ballistic bot. And it looks like Darlene is going to be able to run away with this game. Has the setup, has the Zoe, sharing the keywords, has Behold the Infinite. Just going to be a lethal next turn. You just have to pull something with Elusive here.
Trickster and Golden Sister. You have Golden Sister for the lifesteal as well, and you have the potential for Hush still up with 3 mana. So giving everything lifesteal now, you feel like you're completely in control no matter what happens, and you have that Hush as a backup plan anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't even care about the Silver Sister, just wants the lifesteal. Get out of here, Silver Sister. Not welcome. It's like Jerry Springer. The sisters are like feuding. Do people in Europe know about Jerry Springer?
I do, but that's probably not the best example.
Do kids these days know about Jerry Springer? That's an old show. Anyway, we got a potential lethal swing coming through. Only a handful of the units on Darlene's side can block, but we still have mana open for the Hush. We can see the lifesteal just offsetting all of these swings that come through.
This is what Darlene wants to commit the block, see if there's an answer from Marcus, and then have the Hush be a response, a reactive tool to make sure there's nothing that's getting kind of getting under him to try and find a surprise lethal.
Yeah, Whirling Death. All it does is clear the Vi. You're still alive. The Hush doesn't actually save the Vi here, so I think you're fine with this just going through. just to save even more damage, taking the overwhelm off of Darius. And then you're just going to go right back up to full HP with the Zoe next round.
We have an answer to Darius as well, and really the rest of the board, there's nothing to it. So very much in control for Darling. Going to go through all the different hoops and steps to make sure that, you know, there are no ways that the Marcus can come back into it, no surprises whatsoever with things like Battle Fury, with things like Whirling Death or Decisive Maneuver.
And then Victor gives everybody Augment. So now they're going to get bigger and bigger with more lifesteal. Marcus trying to set up some sort of forbidden overwhelm one-shot here. But with the... And now with the created cards being discounted, we got 5 mana Falling Comet, 5 mana Hextech Transmogulator, Transmogulator being discarded. Getting the Charger, giving
for everything as well.
Overwhelm.
And that looks like it's going to be GG at this point. Too much attack coming through. You're going to definitely be able to control the Darius as well with the Ballistic Bot.
Yeah, because everything still has Challenger from the Vi a long ago.
Well, that camp block unit did not last very long. The Charger comes in instead. As we mentioned, gives Overwhelm to everything. All the keywords have been found. And it might not be GG, but it'll definitely be, you know, the game in full control for Darlian.
Mm-hmm. Because now all of these units that can't block, you can just pull them and make sure they just get traded away. And that is the lethal. Darlian taking game 3 versus Marcus. This Overwhelm deck, very, very cute for maybe just smorking down versus Sundisk against some of the Bandle City decks that are still creeping around in the metagame. But versus a value deck of that nature, you cannot keep up.
And he finds a reverse sweep, finds the golden ticket into the next round of the loser's bracket, and he faces off against Broken Ball once again. If we have the bracket ready, we're going to see it's a match that already occurred in the very first round of the tournament. We were casting it as well. It was a 2-0 clean sweep for Darlian, and now he has the good news of saying, hey, you're facing the same player again. Did you get lucky in that first round, or was it just a matchup difference where you have the better lineup, you have the lineup that maybe is favored in that sense, and that would be good news for him. Just have to try and go ahead and repeat the 2-0 once again.
So that will be the next match we're going to get to. We'll see if Broken Ball can adapt to the matchup now. Got a few more games in over the course of the bracket too. Maybe a little bit more well-versed in the lineup that was brought. But we'll see what's going on there when we get back from this break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU, brought to you by Wisdom and Giant Slayer. We're about to jump into the next stage of the lower bracket. Darlian versus Broken Ball, a rematch from earlier. The winner of this match will go up against Genesis, and then continue on to see who will fight Castman in the grand finals. But for now, we got to take a closer look at what happened the first time these players went toe-to-toe. The Shell Folk deck was banned, and then...
But first, Scarzig, I want to point out a very odd situation within this tournament. Essentially, we've reached the halfway point. We are now restarting with the same match we first had. If Darlian wins, we'd have the same second round rematch with the semifinal between Darlian and Genesis.
Oh,
and
wow.
if Genesis wins that, we'd have the same rematch of the winners final and the grand final. So it could be an oddly mirrored tournament, which I think we've never seen before. I don't even know how I noticed this, but I'm like, and it's actually the case. So not sure if that is relevant at all, but it seemed interesting to me.
Yeah, so with a lot of players, going back into a second set against one another, there is a lot of space for adaptation, right? It's not just about matchups. Maybe you're changing your bans. I know that Broken Ball did have a pretty bricky draw in game 2 of their first set, but it really just came down to the fact that the Aphelios Aurelion Sol just couldn't really get anything done. The deck feels like it's built to just ramp into She Who Wanders or Aurelion Sol on turn 10, but none of those hit. We didn't have the Eclipse Dragon to get the Sol, no Dragon's Clutch to draw the Sol, didn't hit She Who Wanders, and even with the Buried in Ice It That Stares combo, there was just too much tempo out of Darlian's lists that just couldn't be kept up with.
And one of the bigger issues is that all of these plays are so mana intensive that you can only really make one play. And if you're already behind on tempo, that gives Darlian the window to kind of, find the weakness and go for the throat in that sense. We saw in one of the games that he played against Broken Ball where there was the combo between Birdie and Ice and It That Stares.
Yep.
The moment It That Stares was played out, that was pretty much all your mana gone. And then the Scourge came in with Challenge and Overwhelm and just challenged one of the smaller units and was able to end the game that way. So there's a lot of windows of opportunity that Darlian is going to try and take advantage of.
It's just the battle of big bomb plays versus smaller utilitarian plays. The Leona Yasuo notably also, has the deny, which is so massive against this deck. I wonder if Broken Ball is going to shift gears, ban the Leona Yasuo, and maybe let the Zoe Victor and the Aphelios Swain through. No, pardon me, and then
Aphelios in a deck we haven't seen at all in this tournament yet. Every time we've seen Darlian in series, it's been banned. So looking at the list, it doesn't look to me extremely scary. I can imagine why it might be getting banned because it is a list that does have also a lot of power plays, but this isn't a list that I would consider a tier 1 deck or anything of the like.
Yeah, if you are running like Control Shadow Isles or a lot of silences to stop the Leviathan, the way people used to deal with Swain back in the day, you're probably comfortable, but a lot of other mid-range brews certainly don't want to go against this deck. There's too much resource generation. The Gravitum from Aphelios and the Calibrum just play perfectly into the Swain synergies, and even though Cosmic Wonder was added to the game and Paddlestar was buffed, they don't make the cut for this list. It just has so much raw value on its own, and Sunburst actually finding some pretty clutch targets throughout the day.
But again, this was banned in the series between these players at the very start, so I'm going to assume that it will be the same ban occurring once again, and it will be the Leona Yasuo being let through, as well as Darlian's third deck, which is the Zoe Vi Victor, a deck that we talked about so many times. Zoe and Vi as a pairing with a very similar shell to this one has been around for a very long time, was actually the most popular deck, the most picked deck in the second Masters Europe tournament, simply because I think that was the meta with the big, the Watcher, and maybe not Azir Aurelia yet, I think, but close maybe. There was just a few big Boogeyman decks. Oh, no, it was Thresh Nasus, the Watcher, and there was another third kind of.
Aurelia Azir was like the triangle of that meta game.
Yeah, it was. So those 3 decks were always banned, and the fourth consistent, versatile, good deck that there was at the time of that meta was this one. So it just saw the most play rate all across the entire tournament and became very popular in those competitive circles.
Yeah, a great way to just round out your tournament lineups with just a stable deck that allows you to flex into a lot of different win conditions and stances. And as we know, high-level players love that. And there it is, the Leona Yasuo ban. We're finally going to be able to see the Aphelios Swain.
And with the Zoe Vitek, it was a very weird format where there was like the 7 or 9 decks being chosen for the Lower Masters Europe, so it was a bit of a different beast. But yeah, having Zoe Vi, as you're mentioning, as a very versatile, very consistent deck that can do many different things and have good matchups across the board was one of the things that players were definitely aiming for, and maybe what Darling was aiming for with his lineup here as well.
And now we've got double Thermo Beam. Broken Ball is, again, the... Wait a minute. I thought the Zillion was banned. Oh, yeah, this is the Yordles and Arms. Pardon me. PNZ Vandal.
Yeah, same reason combo for both.
Yeah, the Shiriva Vandal. It's too many shades of yellow for me.
Shades of Yellow in a bookstore near you very soon. What the deck contain, or what the book contains, I do not want to know, to be honest. I really don't. The more I think about it, the less I hoped I would not have said that out loud. But let's get back into the game as we move into, well, Broken Ball trying to do something that he's been doing in the past few tournaments. His deck, Lulu with Fizz, has been one of his favorite picks, and a deck that he's been piloting to a lot of success, just really showcasing how explosive it can be.
Mm-hmm. And again, what's interesting too is this pile, right, is specializing in generating lots of resources, has tons of utility, has some interaction removal with the PNZ package, and it's sort of like, you know, the ancestor of what Bandle City would eventually become.
I love how piles are now so numerous in Runeterra that it's no longer considered a negative connotation. It's just a neutral statement. You know, this is a pile, and you know, that's the life we live, and that's what it is. Accept the term. In my day, piles would be a massive insult to a deck.
Yeah,
but it seems that now
that's the thing, right? When this deck was first invented, it was like, what the hell is this pile? The Reuben pile. And then once players like ascended to the next plane of existence, were able to like find the win rate, it actually ended up being pretty good.
Ballistic Ball coming down, as we mentioned before. Still, you have the answer to the Jordal Captain if you want it with these thermal beams.
And with Jordal Captain being set up uncontested, Broken Ball is just cruising here. Gets 2 procs before it goes down to the beam. And you love to see this. You
can't even wait to maybe try and play the Ignition first, because you just don't want it to get more value. There's still 40 mana available for Broken Ball. Everything in this deck works so that it gets the buff from Yordle Captain as well, even himself.
Yeah, if there was like a second Yordle Captain there, it would have been curtains. If there was, you probably develop it anyway now that your opponent's out of mana. Then you just pass, keep playing cards. Mm-hmm. But Mare is offering Broken Ball some pretty busted cards, apparently.
Or maybe ones that are so bad he doesn't know which one is the best.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe you're like, will I take the nerfed Telescope? Do I want Yordle Ranger? Do I want Furious Feyfolk? Sometimes you get some oddball offerings. I think if we tracking the hand correctly, it was indeed the Bomber Twins.
And no good blocks available for either of these units. Really the Challenger on the Flame Chomper is able to kill off the 1/1 easily, and Ballistic Bot chump blocking the Mayo but not killing it.
And Broken Ball still just enjoying this unit disparity, right? Now it's 4v1, going to be potentially 5v1, 6v1. Sump Dredger discarding the Ignition, drawing another card, but then you still can't keep up.
I think Serpent at least gives the generation of cards here at least gives a chance for the Ballistic Ball to get some attack as well, to be able to trade into things.
Oh yeah, there was the option there to pick up Equinox to try to like silence one Yordles and Arms recipient or something like that, but Darlian recognizing that it's not about answering the Yordles and Arms once it happens, it's about keeping the board under control so that there's never a good opportunity to play it.
There's a challenge onto the Mayor, which I don't really think is even that... I mean, I guess it is still relevant, but there's a high chance Broken Ball can just flood the board with another unit anyway, and now you're down a blocker, essentially, when it comes to the next open attack. Like, the discount on the mana wouldn't be so relevant at this point, I think, because everything's going to be so cheap anyway.
There's also that 2-mana Thermogenic Beam.
But same story, right? I mean...
Yeah, you kill something and then another unit takes its place. We've got the Owl Cat in the hand. So it's like, would you rather have a 1/2 that's buffing other Fae, or would you rather have a 2/1 with Spell Shield?
Darlian seems to be a little bit doomed regardless of what he does. If you expect the Yorlin Arms to come in next turn, you have Get Excited to kill something, one thing at the fast speed in response, but that's really it.
Yeah, just not any good reactivity anymore. We needed, hopefully, for like Victor or something to hit the board a little bit earlier. We wanted like a Vi to really control the board. There's the Yordles and Arms. There is only one elusive unit in play at the very least. So we can Get Excited here, play the Ballistic Bot for another blocker. And then that is 4v5. 7 guaranteed damage from the Fizz.
Could still be something else in response from Broken Ball with 4 mana still available. Try and find lethal this turn as well.
Yeah, maybe play a Mystic Shot to remove one more blocker. That way you're
Especially,
pushing through even more damage.
Especially once Darling, if you would have committed the Victor especially, but that's going to be the case. Their Flame Chomper comes down.
Oh, Flame Chomper, yeah.
2 units will go uncontested. It won't be lethal quite yet unless, as you mentioned, there is a Mystic Shot.
And the Mystic Shot, my word.
Shenima goes through, Darling goes for the surrender. Game 1 goes to Broken Ball starting off much better than they did in the first series they played in this tournament. And this is now the rematch, and Broken Ball is 1-0 up, has the match point, and is, maybe going to advance to the losers final against Genesis if he's able to win this next match.
Yeah, Broken Ball really presenting a very hard decision for his opponents. Ban the Shellfolk deck, play Yordles and Arms, or ban Yordles and Arms and play against my Shellfolk deck. And so, again, we need the Trundle of Helios to be the weak link that Darlian is able to bully here. He did it last time with the Leona Yasuo. We'll have to see if Aphelios Swain can do the same.
He didn't do it so convincingly, though. I mean, it was kind of...
True. It was a bricky hand, and then just barely was able to clutch it out with the Scourge.
An okay starting hand, a bit maybe too reactive from Darling's side. Obviously, you're playing against a deck that is going to be very good in late game. Maybe, I think surely the best, even with Leviathan in your hand.
I actually like playing the Duskbringer there.
I think you have to set up some amount of pressure at all stages in this early game.
Yeah, it's like you like to float mana in this deck because you want like your moon weapons and stuff and everything else like that to be flexible. But by playing the Duskbringer in turn 1, you threaten a little bit of early chip damage. You have the Dusk Petal Dust with to potentially get your Aphelios down, things like that. I guess you're just saying, well, Broken Ball has tons of healing, so it doesn't matter how much pressure I put down early. I just have to cross my fingers to get the cards I need to win this match.
And Broken Ball happy to pass around, happy to get closer and closer to that end game where he should be, the king with Aurelion Sol, with these, huge payoffs for all the ramping that he's hoping to do.
You get
Darlian
you get Leviathan, Captain Farron, Swain set up, Buried in Ice just answers that.
And there's just no proactivity in the hand for Darlian, so a bit of an unfortunate starting hand here.
The Destroyer seems good on its face, but it's not going to scale up too hard. It's just a 7/7 with Overwhelm and Spell Shield. Broken Ball can maybe answer that quite handily with a Troll Chant. I guess if you're Darlian, you're hoping to just slam it down on curve, force some answers out. Notably as well, no spells being cycled or leveling up the Swain either. There is a world where you really do like to see perhaps the Swain just come down on curve on turn 5 and really start forcing Broken Ball's hand to start playing fearsome blockers.
Cheeky play there from Broken Ball, trying to just clear the board entirely, but the Pill Cascade is used in response, mainly just because I think Darlian needs to try and find some draw to have more proactive plays and have more options in hand, where he just has a lot of cards in hand, but they just don't fit the current situation of the board and of the game right now. So saves 1 unit here, but still, Aphelios comes down, not damaged, of course, after the Ram Chance was used.
And here, I think if you're Darlian, you want to attack with the 3/1. because you've got this Death Lotus in hand, and I think you'd want to get value. Try to push through some damage or something with your Duskbringer, especially with another Ram's Dance in hand.
Crescendum being played out after the recent changes in the last balance patch.
No Nightfall in the Sky Shadows. The Shade Stalker. So Broken Ball again already off to a very nice start. When we saw this Freljord Targon deck earlier in the bracket at the start of the broadcast, it was just no early mid game. It was just a lot of defense, a lot of ramping, and then heavy bombs. Now we're starting to see more of the mid game plan really take shape here. And
no response from Darling again, having to play Blinded Mystic here on nothing really, without any real silence value, is not ideal.
This was my experience playing the Targon Freljord, Targon Noxus region combination with the Swain, is you have all of these reactive cards, but you don't have any way to pressure your opponent. And if you're against somebody who has something that hits the board faster or is stronger than Swain Leviathan, then there's just no way for you to pivot your game plan. We've got Boar Stance now on the Aphelios, +2 HP and regeneration, and now he's just going to sit there and keep generating these moon weapons, keeping Darlene under control now.
There's a Sunburst though, so all of a sudden, if it is played as a Daybreak, that could potentially take on the Aphelios.
Hatched Egg is found, draws Aurelion Sol and the Eclipse Dragon. That can come down on curve.
There's a Sunburst committed, so takes down the Aphelios with the extra benefits of that Boar Stance. So somewhat an even trade in terms of the mana being used on the Aphelios as well, but the spell mana still in favor of Broken Ball, and as we mentioned, the late game as well, Eclipse Dragon comes down, and Destroyer is going to have to be played to match.
The trade here is pretty spooky. If you try to go, if they have the Troll Chant, it pops the spell shield, but you still get to put the 2 HP onto the Eclipse Dragon.
Yeah, flock either way to respond. If it does end up surviving, you have a clean way of cleaning that up. And you don't want to take 7 here, I think, if you're Darley. I mean, there's just no way.
You've got to try to prolong the game as much as possible to get the Swain Leviathan online. Again, if we tally up all the damage that has been done over the course of the game, we're at like 8 or 9 out of 12 here, I believe.
Darlene has the alternate skins on all his champs, apparently. He is really swagged out.
Nice. Yeah, the new Infernal Swain skin is pretty tight.
This is what an ideal Fight Night player looks like. Spicy decks, alternate skins. What more can you ask for, Darlene?
Andy's nice and comfy, lounging.
Exactly. Great posture as well, teaching us something about our, how to keep our backs healthy. Maybe how to end up in a wheelchair at the age of 35. Not sure. It's somewhere on the spectrum, but I'm not entirely where.
And this is rough. Like, attacking with the Leviathan, it's like. So now here's the question: do we take 10 from Aurelion Sol? You got it.
Yeah, you have to. You have to. At this point,
you've got to take 10 from Aurelion Sol, and then you've got to play Swain, and then you get hit with Buried in Ice, and you concede. Because again, Swain's effect of stunning does go through Spell Shield. It was one of the things that kind of did help Swain in the super early days of Targon, but eventually he got bullied out of the metagame by Falling Comet and Equinox.
Especially Equinox, I think that was the real nail in the coffin.
Yeah, oh my god. Darlian is like really hoping there's no Buried in Ice. I guess you can Sunhawk here. It pops the spell shield on the Aurelion Sol, and maybe it lets you go for Flock into Scorched Earth.
We do have now a second hand, or rather the hand from Broken Ball now available to us. He was trying to keep it a little bit secret just in case, but now we have the technology and we are able to see all the cards he's burning. That's the second card he burns now because his hand is just too full.
Too many resources. Sunhawk comes through first, gets the stun, pops the spell shield on the Aurelion Sol. And Darlian just really wants to get the Swain Leviathan in play, but can't take the risk versus Buried in Ice. It's the same thing of like when you're trying to set up Swain and Leviathan versus a Shadow Isles deck, and you're so worried about Ruination. Broken Ball is doing such a good job of making this the strongest 9 mana you've ever seen. Like, what a threat. What a float.
And that's his only job now, is to just not commit under that 9 mana until his opponent commits under whatever big play he's trying to make here. So just because he has the advantage on the board right now, for the most part, with the Aurelion Sol and the Aphelios, although there is Leviathan just constantly doing that chip damage as well.
Mm-hmm. And I guess the idea here is if Darlian can just keep floating and keep dealing damage with the Leviathan, then maybe Captain Farron can end the game, right? Captain Farron and those decimates can still give you an out.
With Graviton, though, I'm not entirely sure that will be possible.
Supernova! Broken Ball finally pulling the trigger, obliterating the Leviathan and the Sunhawk.
Swain does not come down. Is there any way to stun the Aurelion Sol, though? I don't think that's going to be the possibility.
There are no Nexus pings in the hand.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem, really.
Yeah, we just got to play some blockers here now. Broken Ball has Gravitum. Big shout out to the buff. So it's -1 blocker. Just goes for the charger. Just keeps developing. You can just set up Buried in Ice and then swing on your opponent.
Attack committed here does open up the flock to be able to use, even if the Swain does die in the process. That's really the idea here for Darlian, because there's no out really. He has to try and find a way to stay competitive in this game right now. And Broken Ball is very much aware that the moment a unit gets damaged, it's essentially almost dead at that point because of how large the hands are for both players.
Ooh, and says go ahead and use your Scorched Earth. I'm gonna keep Aphelios in play. And I'm just going to use the Gravitum and all of my moon weapons to just outvalue you. I don't need Aurelion Sol alive when I've got double Star Shaping in hand, triple Star Shaping in hand.
And just the chip damage as well, down to 6 already for Darlian. So any amount of damage that goes unblocked throughout the next few rounds might just be lethal anyway. Even if there's a potential for Darlian to come back into the game, and Captain Farron is going to come down. We're talking about these huge plays that end up costing you all of your mana. It's the same case here where you're playing 8 mana. All of a sudden, this unit is out of combat for 2 turns. No open attack available with the Gravitum stunning for 2 turns on followers.
Mm-hmm. And so Darlian just trying to make it work. No Aphelios for Darlian's side. Just Swain and Leviathan hit the board, but they get answered very handily by Broken Ball's list. And Broken Ball just cycling the Crescendum once again. And Aphelios levels.
There's now a Death's Hand that can go with the Swain to get a damage ping onto the Nexus, and maybe a stun.
Beautiful.
As well.
Sky Shadows. And that is a summon effect, so it does proc there to give a little bit of extra mana. So there's Swain. We do have Death's Hand that can hit the Nexus. And that is going to be the Buried in Ice. So we can Death's Hand here before this resolves to get the stun on Aphelios. We're taking 3 from the Sky Shadows.
I don't think there's much of a point, though. I mean, nothing is going to be able to attack. There's no more units to be played here from Darlian. That Stairs is in hand. It was just drawn in this last turn. Maybe it's the reason why this Buried in Ice is played.
Yeah,
so
actually,
quickly.
yeah, you can Death's Hand the Sky Shadows, and then Aphelios is just stunned. And then you can Ravenous Flock.
Yeah. If you want to kill the Aphelios, that is... But there's no follow-up damage is what I meant. There's no unit to be played to make use of that stun and of not having any blockers. And even then, 17 HP for Broken Ball. He's still very, very healthy.
Yeah,
it might just be... maybe not GG, but...
So you're just going for the Death's Hand here onto the Aphelios. Just going to double it up. You don't really care about getting the stun for the Swain before the Buried in Ice resolves. You've got to do it here.
A misplay, maybe. Your idea was definitely cleaner, I think, in taking care of both units. You're down to 6 HP, so you can't really let any damage come through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so taking a little bit of damage here. We've got Guiding Touch as well, which plays around the Ravenous Flock. Yeah. So you needed to, at the very least, do it before Swain so that you got the stun rather than setting up the 2-part removal.
That might just be it. We'll see what Broken Ball wants to commit here. If he just wants to go for the open attack right away, knowing that there's no units damaged, that could be enough. There could be a second death's hand, though, to kill off these Sky Shadows, so maybe he wants to commit something else on the board right now.
There's that stairs, but there's no way to stop what's about to happen. We've got Sunburst, but again, no units. The hand is just all spells plus a Leviathan, and you're just left with 4 mana afterwards.
Any 2 units going through here is going to be lethal in terms of the current totals right now. Calibrum comes in, phasing into something else, which is the Gravitum. So getting rid of this Leviathan as a blocker, but also next turn as well. Not going to allow it to attack, and there's nothing that Darling can do other than flocking his own unit, maybe. Playing 3 Dust Petal Dusts, going for the hidden Exodia tech, and then going for the surrender. High APM, but the result is all the same. Broken Ball wins game 2, wins the series, gets the rematch win from the very first round of this tournament, and advances up against Genesis in the losers finals, and it ruins my prediction of having the mirrored tournament results. Thanks, Broken Ball.
I mean, when you go up against your opponent and you can change your ban, right? Having the chance to say, wow, the deny in this Yasuo deck was really screwing over a lot of my late game ideas I was trying to put forth. You just ban that, and then you play against the Yasuo, the Aphelios Swain.
And that first round we saw didn't look that one-sided. If you remember the actual matchups, it was barely getting the win with the Scourge, with the Bird and Ice window in time. It wasn't like it was a counter matchup or a counter lineup, as we saw with some other decks, like the Scouts farming a few other lists and looking quite one-sided from Catherine, for example. So all in all, not extremely surprising to see complete opposite result in this series, but still definitely good news for Broken Ball, who now advances, makes it into the top 3 of the tournament, and is now fighting for a spot in the grand finals and an invite for next week as well. And that will be us going to a break. We'll come back.
I thought that you were going to keep going. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU, brought to you by Giant Slayer and Wisdom. My name is Scarzig, and I'm joined by ImpetuousPanda. We're about to jump into the lower bracket finals. The winner of this game will take on Castman in the grand finals. Broken Ball versus Genesis.
Would be a bracket reset, of course. We have to remember that's that extra life that Castman has, so the extra difficulty. But Broken Ball is a player that has won Fight Night before. He knows what it takes. He knows the bracket reset is tradition in Europe. But first, he has to make it through a tough match here against Genesis, a match that, both players are running. Let's say the more sweaty decks in the current meta. Jordan Arms, Demasia's in here. There's no more Targon, fun stuff coming in from players like Extasio and Darlian. But I guess there is still that one Targon ramp deck that Broken Ball does have.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at it. This is Broken Ball's version of Lulu Fizz. This is, funny enough, a deck that Broken Ball doesn't really like to play. He likes the Lulu Jinx version a lot better, but he recognizes the strength of this deck, and it did go essentially untouched in the previous balance patch. So we're back at it. I think the only change I notice is there's 2 copies of Scrap Heap. In a lot of builds, they only run 1. But being able to get those Flame Chompers down at burst speed is just so good.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest and just most powerful combos in this deck. Having the consistency of having that, Flame Chompers coming out of the hand for free, essentially having, it discarded with Lulu on turn 3. That's really where this deck shines the most.
Mm-hmm. And then when we compare this to Genesis's build, still cutting down to 2 copies of Fizz, but squeezing in a Lulu, has Bandle Commando for a little bit of a more early game and resource generation with the Owlcats, and also squeezing in an Aftershock to help out against some of these landmark decks. Just gives you a little bit of extra burn at the top, and also Minion. So Genesis has, again, a little bit more of a staying power, it seems, built into the deck here.
I love how every card has like this very unique name, and then it's just Minion. One name, just as if someone forgot to actually name this poor guy.
Yeah, the minions don't have names. They don't have healthcare. Vagar's a bad boss.
Very unfortunate for this poor minion, but at least maybe he stands out in how pathetic his name is.
Since the beginning of League of Legends, players have kind of been wanting an ascended minion like champion or something like that. So who knows if we'll get like cannon minions or something in a later expansion.
Sounds cursed. I don't want long range cannon minions. I don't want to know what keywords they have, what new like long range keywords. No, Scarzig. Don't give them any ideas, okay?
Keyword siege just deals damage to it would just have impact, right? That's basically what cannon minions do. Just hit your nexus even when you're trying to protect. But
let's check out. I wanted to check out Genesis' deck because I was about to say that there's no more Sundisk remaining in the tournament before forgetting that Genesis actually was the player that brought Sundisk, the player that is still alive, of course, in the chance to get to the grand final still. But there's only the Aftershock he's the one running it, so nothing else to counter for him. But at least he's still running this Sundisk deck. We saw get a bit stomped by Scouts in the winners final when he was playing up against Castman. Understandably so. I mean, it's a deck that can maybe be slow to get off its foot, but it is very, very strong once you have, especially the consistency of Azir and Xerath both leveling up in tune.
Yeah, with the newer build and like the newer like in vogue style of Sundisk, you're kind of focused on properly hitting your Sundisk strategy, and then when you're kind of forced into a position where you need to just disregard the Sundisk and try to mulligan and change your setup to play for the board, like versus Scouts, it can cause like this weird disconnect with your piloting, because especially if your hand is really offering you a good kind of Sundisk oriented game plan, and you just have to cut that off in hard mulligan for things like Endless Devout and Bomber Twins and Rockhopper that are really going to help you control the board. I think versus Scouts, again, in my opinion, from playing like Xerath Zillion, you just got to have that Xerath and Hourglass, Endless Devout, Desert Naturalist. Those sorts of cards are what help you just survive in the early mid game, and then you'll just naturally win by just not getting mauled.
I'm wondering now what the ban will be against Broken Ball specifically, because he is running, of course, the ramp deck with a Felios Trundle, which is somewhat slow. He is running the Zillion Shellfolk deck that we haven't seen too much of in the tournament, but is in the lineup for Broken Ball. And he is running the Yordle Arms. So I'm imagining that maybe it's just the Yordle Arms being banned. Obviously, the only deck that can really be fast and really apply a lot of pressure to the Sundisk, and then just have the 2 slower decks that can't maybe really rival Sundisk, what it does end up flipping.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the funny thing would be is you flip Sundisk and then you're against Shellfolk and then they steal your cards from the Emperor's deck and it would be a good time. But with level 3 Xerath, though, just zapping your board and Roiling Sands making it very difficult to set up the Shellfolk in a safe manner, it could be, a pretty favored matchup despite everything. This deck, I think, has gotten banned repeatedly. Players just don't want to take the risk of playing against Shellfolk. We've got the Aloof Travelers at the very least. Versus Sundisk, you're able to maybe discard Rite of Negation, discard Xeraths, really slow down your opponent. And you can see the rest of the deck is just Shellfolk enabling combo pieces and defense. Quicksand, once again, a bomb defensive card now. And it just comes down to, how quickly can you get to Shellfolk and then pop off? Sunfolk, exactly. Shellfolk and Sundisk are both decks that essentially are built to pop off on turn 6.
And the Conchologist is still very much in play despite the nerfs. I think it's a card that, as we mentioned earlier, the stat nerfs isn't very relevant. It usually was just chump blocking anyway for the most part. With 2-2 stat line, 2-1, we'll still do much of the same. Shadow Walls is not really a big part of the meta right now. So, 1 damage pings aren't as relevant when you're playing against Demacia, for example, or most other decks. So it does still stay alive in that case for the combat turns.
Now, the buff to Careful Preparation, I'm also very curious to see. The potential for Shellfolk to not just duplicate random cards or things you get from the opponent, but now also have with these predicts the ability to double dip and triple dip on your own cards is going to be very satisfying. Being able to get multiple copies of Aloof Travelers or Wallop and Quicksand, your opponent just will not be able to threaten you. The potential for Zillion to also flip, giving you even more resources, getting more time bombs as well. I am secretly hoping Shellfolk doesn't get banned just because we're due for one good pop off here.
Yeah, Shellfolk, like we haven't seen. At least we haven't seen Shellfolk hitting the board in this tournament today. We did see in the last few tournaments, players have been kind of trying out with Lux. We saw it, of course, in the last few weeks, and that worked out pretty well. It was Massacred originally, but I think a few other players also adopted it in the last few fight nights. So it's not been a staple of the meta, but it has been kind of on the fringe, kind of a deck that can be brought and can be somewhat relevant in the right conditions.
And as the players are going into this match, you have to remember, because Broken Ball was able to overcome the rematch, these players are now going into like a fresh matchup they haven't played. And who knows if there's going to be a flub on the bans or just an unfamiliar matchup, right? Like, again, we saw Genesis struggle a little bit playing Sundisk into Scouts, not wanting to play like a very defensive game, was just trying to do sort of the bare minimum and trust that the Sundisk deck would come through. But indeed, Sundisk is the ban and Yordles and Arms is the ban. So we will be able to see Shellfolk this game potentially.
And the Yordle Arms was kind of expected because, again, if you think that maybe Sundisk stays up, you want to have that deck banned, and that's going to be the case there. But Sundisk gets banned also in the end. So now it will be game number 1, Tristana Faye versus the Shellfolk.
Wow. And so Shellfolk being mulliganed away in the opening hand, you know that you need more of your early game units. You can't just keep a 6-mana play when you're against something that has Swarm and Rally. Otterpuss comes down turn 1. And who knows, if Broken Ball is forced into a corner, that prank could be very clutch at shutting down a Golden Aegis.
Good chance for Petrified Brawlwind coming down on curve, able to very cleanly answer this. Otterpuss just get out of the way, get the chump block out of the way. Zillion comes down, obviously not necessarily you want to kill right away because of the extra predicts you can get from playing out the second one.
Yeah. Ooh, a lot of good options here off the Zillion predict. Quicksand maybe lets you shut down a bigger swarm down the road, takes away the Formidable from the Broadwing. Conchologist just gives you another blocker and another card. A lot of really strong options there. So I wonder what Broken Wall went for.
Was a quicksand in the end. So just I think trying to have a little bit of variety in hand in terms of what different answers you have for units like Tristana, for example, when she gets her attack scaled up and the impact. You want to get rid of that with a quicksand there. So Gleaming Lantern comes down, triple mayor in the hand. The political office a little bit too full. Too many chefs in the kitchen. Get these mayors out of here.
Oh, the mayors are going to get out of the hand, and they're going to hit the board. We're going to get some developments here. The Fae Sprout is also fantastic, potentially getting a something you could squeeze in with the Gleaming Lantern, but just going to hold off on it for now. Floating that 1 mana is so key to keep the Ranger's Resolve available. Last Cone Seedling, or we can get another Gleaming Lantern. A lot of strong options here, yeah. So Genesis opts, instead of for the second Gleaming Lantern, there's not a lot of Fae in the hand, so you can't make use of the spread as much. But Mayor comes down. We've got Grandfather Fae. That's also discounted to 1 from the Mayor, so we can squeeze that in.
That's where you start getting these, crazy value changes. And Shellfog's deck is a deck that just tries to survive until Shellfog comes down and then just outvalue. But it's going to be hard, or at least going to take a long time to outvalue Genesis' deck, because all these cards just constantly are able to replenish themselves essentially in hand.
Ooh, I love this. Cloud Stance trades up into the Lantern, and then you get Zillion back in your hand to play and get another Predict and get even more time bombs in the deck. We know that, like Ezreal Caitlyn, for example, how strong this AoE damage, the flash bombs, the time bombs, and even Blighted Ravine, right? These sorts of effects that happen automatically at the start of the turn that your opponent cannot sidestep.
The double quicksand comes in to stop the Ranger's Resolve on units that needed it most. Both Petrified Broadwing and the the Gleaming Lantern go down in the process, and Broken Ball just trying to control the combo pieces for this Fae synergy.
Man, the Cloud Stance pickup off of the Conchologist is so sick. Zillion comes back down. We get another Predict. 4 more Time Bombs shuffled into the deck. And it looks like Time Bomb was the pickup there. And now we've got some AoE coming through to control versus Genesis. Broken Ball is very, very knowledgeable about playing the Xerath Zillion control package. And so just kind of taking that Zillion style and adapting it to an even more greedy value deck, he's feeling pretty comfortable from this position.
Would have loved to hit the Golden Aegis there with the prank, but just barely missed it.
Mare still trying to get more resources, more value. I actually like the Yordle Ranger there as a pickup, if I'm honest. Pokey Stick gonna draw the predicted card. It's a Time Bomb, right? Beautiful. This is gonna be a nice board wipe. Clears the Mare. Drawing another card.
Board wipe. It kills 1 unit, but yes, it at least affects everything else and sets up for the actual board wipe, which is Time Bomb number 2, which would end up killing mostly everything else. But you can't really play it right now because then you just full attack if you're Genesis. You have to really, find the right time to play it.
Just double checking here. Genesis has 2 copies of Ranger's Resolve in the deck, but because of the way that stacks out, you can't necessarily stop a Time Bomb. At least with the attack token, you can get 1 final swing in before the Time Bomb ends your life. And you can see here, I like the threat of the Time Bomb because you're forcing Genesis to take an attack here where you might not want to. Time Bomb also goes through Spell Shield. The Owlcat is not safe. And you've got enough blockers, right? You've got Wallop, Group Shot as well to ping one thing down.
You even have healing. If you're really, you're fine maybe taking some damage with Ruinous Pass, you're able to heal back up a little bit.
Yeah, and then you're just drawing more cards. This is the moment with the Time Bomb kind of resetting Genesis's tempo. You can get Shellfolk set up, and then we've got Trinket Trade, Careful Preparation in the hand, and we're just ready to go from there.
Not enough mana for any rally effect either, so you're not necessarily scared about, leaving this board up and waiting until Time Bomb ends up taking everything down.
but wants to keep the Zillion healthy just in case if there's a sharp sight or some other combination or a buster shot. We're going to get the level up on the Zillion here.
There it is. Rune's Pass does come through. Just the Slay effect did come through, and now the healing back up to 11 HP. You could still go for a second one if you wanted to, but I think you want to float that spell mana just in case.
So now Zillion, a 2/5, a pretty substantial blocker now, going to double up on all of these great value generators that are in the hand.
Telescope able to just continue.
And the Shell Folk, perfectly timed. Broken Ball mulligan the Shell Folk away in the opening hand, and it comes through right when it's needed most. The Ruinous Path and all of the card draw really helping to thin through and find this combo piece. Genesis now struggling to keep up with the potential value generation.
We did have a prank already used, but you still have the chance for a little bit more generation for the next auto push, for example, with Trinket Trade into a prank as well.
We've got Tristana now, leveled up. Going to try to squeeze through a lot of damage here with the impact stacking. But, Quicksand's going to make short work of that. That's what makes it so strong, is not just the attack reduction, but the ability to take 2 keywords away from things. That's sort of like how old Hush would just would end games, right? It was just because by taking keywords away, your overwhelm and elusive win conditions were off the table. And then Quicksand kind of let Shurima do that.
Golden Aegis now, I think it's Genesis saying, okay, if this game goes on for much longer, I can't keep hold of it. I have to try and find a window to play out an Aegis now and try and find pressure before this gets out of control.
And taking a risk here, developing the Mare, getting another card in the hand, keeping 6 mana open, so that way if Aegis does get pranked, you are able to still cast it. Has to push even further. Genesis taking a big gamble here. There's 2 pranks in Broken Ball's hand. Now, if any of these hit the Golden Aegis, this attack is completely nullified.
The prank comes through, trying to
finds the Aegis.
Yep, that's it.
Completely. So no rally for Genesis this round, and Broken Ball gets one of his own, discounted to 3. Incredibly broken.
And the entire setup that Genesis was going for, ends up getting just, stopped completely by that prank, timed at the right moment. Broken Ball knew what to expect. He could see kind of the play patterns that are leading towards this rally effect. And now is going to have a lot of time to have full control of this game.
Yep, there's Group Shot, dealing 2 damage thanks to his boosted effect. Zillion creating bonus copies of everything that was cast in the last round.
Oh, no. Too many cards in hand. This is a problem with Shufflefolk sometimes. In the initial versions of the deck, there was just too much value in hand. You have to really be careful with how you play out your cards, or also just get overridden basically.
Mm-hmm. And even if you were to rally the last game, they just chump block with the Zillion and the Otters, and they're still sitting pretty fine. There's a Wallop in the hand, so even if the rally didn't get pranked, the only reason you would cast it maybe is just so that Broken Ball can't get a copy of it. And Broken Ball, ironically, doesn't even care about rallying from this point. You're just going to make it so Genesis's entire hand is unplayable, and then you just keep developing chump blockers. You're only worried about Tristana stacking like oodles of impact from this point.
I just love the Otterpuses as just the moment you get this chain going, it seems like there's no more damage ever connecting to your Nexus because it's an unend. It just doesn't end. The chain of Otterpuses, just you've seen with Trinket Trade, especially with Shuffle on the board, it's just again and again and again. And the pranks, obviously.
Because Shellfolk creates 2 Otterpus, and then you get extra pranks, and then you just get to steal your opponent's units and then play them at a discount, so you're keeping up with your opponent's developments to pressure you 1 for 1, or rather, even at a discount, you're just playing their same strats right back at them. So we've got 5 impact damage being threatened at the very least.
And that's the biggest thing. If you want to get past this wall of Otterpusi, I guess is the correct way to do it.
Otterpie?
You have to have either impact or overwhelm.
And then Shurima Bandle's got Wallop. stress defense, quicksand, etc. Zillion also creating fleeting copies of all the cards that they're stealing. So Shellfolk is just robbing you, and then Zillion's got this counterfeit ring going down.
And we said, you know, it would take a while to get through all the value that Genesis is able to just put forward. Just not through having a deck that is built like Shellfolk towards this, but just because every card in his deck essentially creates another one. But we're finally slowly getting there. Pokestick, maybe the last bit of card draw, and then other than that, everything is just the face value of the card itself.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to start getting to the point where this Golden Aegis is pranked, you know, 6, 7, 8 times, and then it's 10 mana. The board is like getting traded down. We've got the Yordles and Arms that's probably also going to get stolen, and Broken Ball can potentially use after taking so many units away from Genesis. We've got Shurima, Bandle City, Targon, and maybe one more to get the full boost of Yordles and Arms.
Cards being burned, as we talked about, too much value sometimes in the case for Broken Ball when Shellfolk is on the board. The pranks continue to come through, weakening the cards in hand for Genesis as well. The mana discount's not so relevant anymore because there just is so much mana to work with.
And Genesis is still hanging in there, saying, I have the win condition of Tristana and Impact at the very least. Careful prep. Now Broken Ball can just cash everything in response to this removal. And this is exactly the thing with Shellfolk back in the day. The only clean enough answer was Minimorph. Whenever you put something like Vengeance or whatnot on the stack to deal with the Shellfolk, they do all of their trinket trades and everything, and then they've gotten all the value they needed before that dies.
It was, you know, everything is just calm. Everyone's just passing the early few turns. Shellfolk hits the board. All of a sudden, there's a silence. The Vengeance comes down, and then you just start blasting your trinket trades before it dies. I've been there many times, Scarzig.
And so now the Trickster comes through. Vulnerable, can't block, only has 1 attack. This allows Broken Ball to push through 6 damage. And there's a Golden Aegis for 3 mana in the hand. So that is going to be lethal here.
Yeah, no blocker, of course, onto the Trickster from Genesis' side.
Pranking. Gets the Yordles at Arms.
Was trying to maybe hit the Aegis in response from... Yeah, but it just won't matter at this point. The impact is not enough to do it. In this case, Shenimo comes through, and it looks like game 1 will be going to Broken Ball. It took him a while. There was a spot in the early to mid game where he was vulnerable, but once he was able to get down the Zillion, the Shellfolk combo, alongside all these stalling tools like the Otter Pie, he was able to take control of the game and win it here with Elusive. Again, this is a deck that is able to adapt.
And then the Tricksters are space otters, so, you know, a lot of otters here.
There's some synergy here. I think it's a new tribal deck.
Otter tribal with the Zillion looking pretty smooth. So that's
someone told me there was an otter tribal archetype coming to Runeterra. Listen, I'm down for that. Maybe it's my newfound love, since Deep is definitely not cutting it right now.
Oh my god. Deep, we'll have to see, because it's one of those... Listen, this is a quick aside. Deep players are just off their rockers. I've played against Deep like 2 or 3 times, and when you see the things that they toss, it puts the fear in you. I'm like, you're running how many Grasp of Undying? You're running Go Hard? What is going on in this deck? And you don't even know what they're running anymore, but whatever they're running, it's certainly not good.
I think from Sea Monsters to Otter Pie, there's, you know, not that big of a stretch. I think there might be, you know, a linking creature or archetype that can link the two together. I'm down for that. Oh my god,
yeah. Have you seen River Otters? Those things are terrifying.
Exactly. Some kind of like mutated beaver can definitely be a sea monster.
And the really big scary ones, I can't remember what the actual name of the species is. Giant otters. Yeah, oh my god, they're terrifying.
Checks out. Just add giant to the front. We are in game 2 though. We are not going to get too carried away onto the Otter Wikipedia files, but we are now looking at the Targon ramp deck from Broken Ball. So it's going to be Aphelios, Trundle, and Aurelion Sol, of course, at the top end, versus Genesis playing, again, still the Tristana Fey deck, trying to find the pressure in the early game to really find that window of time where it's able to do what it wants to do before things like Bird and Ice and Aurelion Soul and, that stairs come down.
And we've got more Otters helping out Broken Ball once again here in game 2. But the ramp, this is gonna be pretty tricky, right? When you're playing an aggressive deck like this versus control Freljord, we know what the strat is. You've got to go wide, you've got to hit and rally and kill. That has always been the way that these mid-range decks beat the control Freljord, but there's always a way that these decks can hold the fort if they draw enough catalysts to heal, enough kindly Tavern Keepers. It looks like Broken Ball drew the right mixture of early game to keep up with Genesis's Swarm.
And the difference is that the early game now for Broken Ball with this deck is not necessarily board clears. Usually when you're playing, Freljord and ramp style decks, you're playing Avalanches and Blade Ravines, and you're not playing units because you don't want to obviously have the counter synergy. But in this case, Broken Ball is going more for the unit synergy instead, not having really any board clears aside from the Ice Shard. Just one copy as well.
Tenor of Terror is a nice pickup, though. The ability to go wide and reestablish a board quickly if you do get wiped out or if you're forced to trade down. We haven't seen Gnar really doing anything in this list either, but the potential for that overwhelm, the potential for that resource generation is certainly welcome. Looking at the board, we're still a couple regions off of activating the Yordles and Arms, so Genesis may be missing the key window of opportunity here in the mid game.
Trundle now coming down. Essentially almost on curve, again with the ramp, a little bit extra unit mana left over here as well. But just trying to become this big threat that it makes it so that these huge open attacks aren't really viable for Genesis.
We got Spell Shield and Quick Attack now on this Owlcat. That's pretty substantial. Sharp Sight also allows us to threaten the Trundle. I wonder if you just attack with the Gnar here to get the Pokey Stick. You just hate to give value to this Trundle, right, with the regeneration.
Yeah. But again, we talk about it. You can't just accept these stalled out board states because at the end of the day, as you get closer and closer to the late game, it's always going to benefit Broken Ball. There is this duty for proactivity from the players that are facing against this ramp deck because they know that as the game moves along, they're becoming more and more in favored.
And yeah, you can see here you're worried about like Troll Chant or something, but Broken Ball just says fine, I'll take the 5 damage now and just maintain a blocker for later against your rally or something.
The Gnar level up here, Mega Gnar does come through.
Yeah, a 5/5 with Overwhelm, a slight nerf, but still very threatening. One of the strongest points of Gnar that kind of went, undiscussed in all of the debate around nerfing him was granting vulnerable to the strongest enemy. Makes it so easy to set up very powerful swings and trades on the follow-up turns.
Now this is the case now where Genesis has a full board, has everything working in his favor, and he has the Yordle and Arms, and he has the rally. He can play both on this turn, but he has them available at the very least.
Yeah, just plenty of healing. Still 18 HP for Broken Ball, getting closer and closer to that key 8 mana, 9 mana turn. Genesis can't take the risk of developing anymore because of Buried in Ice. And even that stairs is fantastic for just cutting this board down to size.
This is going to be the final attack that Genesis will commit here. Obviously, trading the Trundle is just to get him out of the way and not to let him get any bigger trades against things like the Gnar and the Owlcat just on in this case with the 8 HP on the Trundle and forcing all these other better trades in Genesis' favor.
So then we have the swing. We keep the Bandle Mare in reserve so that we can pull Trundle with the Golden Aegis.
Even the Tenor might be better for this purpose with the impact as well.
Because that's going to be multiple developments for Tristana, multiple procs of impact she levels. I believe Shadow Isles might be the final region you need to activate your Yordles and Arms as well.
You can't do all three, though. You can't do Aegis, Tenor, and Yordle and Arms, unfortunately. So I think it's going to be just the Golden Aegis instead. And maybe the Tenor as a follow play once you see what ends up happening here from Broken Ball.
Yeah, because if Buried in Ice comes through to counter, then Tenor does put some extra threat into
Oh, no,
play.
yeah, you have your own arms activated now from the Golden Aegis, so that's going to be maybe the play that Genesis is going for here. It's going to have massive units, but it doesn't really matter, I think, in this case, because it's just chump blocked anyway. You're winning the trades regardless, and it's not
I always
overwhelmed.
forget.
So.
Yeah, the Yordles and Arms counts cards from other regions, not units summoned. That's right. I got Bandletree brain.
I think Tenor is going to be the better option. I don't think Yordle and Arms really did enough because you're not going wide enough. You don't have overwhelm on your units, so the extra stats don't really matter as much.
Yeah, just trying to push through enough damage here. The barrier is going to give you a nice value trade versus the Trundle. We do have mana up for a potential like Three Sisters Flash Freeze. But again, Genesis just has to take advantage of this key moment. With no Buried in Ice, no It That Stairs, you've got to push through.
We talked about the moment of vulnerability from Broken Ball. So that all these decks that are trying to achieve this late game usually have, the moment right before they get there where they have these windows of time where they can play as efficiently. They're not meant to be playing at that pace. And that's when you want to try and go for the kill.
Oh my god. Triple faces of the old ones here. Lots of ramp, but nothing to ramp into. What's the draw from Broken Ball? Spacey Sketcher, you could find a Crescent Strike, but Trundle's just got to go in and trade 1-for-1 into this Tristana. And then we've got Golden Aegis for another rally. Broken Ball only has Star Shaping plus... Yeah, no other Celestial cards, so we can't even do like Star Shaping into anything substantial like Supernova.
You just can get played out first, and you have the Yordle Arms as well, so it's just... Even just the impact damage is already doing enough.
So Genesis finds the line, and this is very similar to what happened to Broken Ball way earlier in the broadcast, where you get this nice line all the way up to the late game, but none of your bombs in the hand.
Genesis gets the game to win. It's a 1-1 tie in this series. And we will have a game to decide who ends up facing Castman in the grand finals, who ends up trying to go for the bracket reset. Of course, Castman is not gonna, want to allow it to happen. He has a chance to just win it outright in that moment. But first, we have to decide who's gonna be the winner of this series in this final game 3.
Game 3. The matches have been so close, and then again, this Targon Freljord deck has been the weak link for Broken Ball, where we're getting that disconnect. It happens every once in a while, and the fact that it's lining up twice here on the broadcast is so unfortunate, because we saw like the clean curve in the previous set with Broken Ball getting a Felios set up in the mid game, and we saw the ramp was so good, but then there was no It That Stairs. We have yet to see a She Who Wanders hit Broken Ball's hand in all of the games we've seen on stream.
And for Genesis now, it's going to be the Lulu deck with one copy of Yuumi, but still, we talked about this, the very explosive early and mid game that maybe Broken Ball can't keep up with. He does not have board clears. He doesn't have a way to really punish these go wide strategies with his current deck.
The control Freljord usually runs a lot of like Blighted Ravine and stuff of that nature, but this one just wants to play to the board, chump block as much as they can, as little as they need to, and then just start playing big bombs that end the game outright. This deck has one copy of Ice Shard, and then It That Stairs, I guess, if you ramp hard enough. There is also Ram Stance, but versus these Yordle decks, that doesn't do enough. You're spending all of your turns just trying to clear one or two things. Oh no, Bandle Commando plus Yuumi, a 3/4 now. Gonna just...
Perfect into the trickster, but there is a Pill Cascade, and obviously if this is being offered from Broken Ball, Genesis knows there's a trick up his sleeve. Not going to block there in the end. Can now play out the Lulu, not on curve, but on turn 4, and have now the Flamethrower's turn activated with a Scrap Head.
Yep, just go ahead and discard that, get it at burst speed. You get to pull the Trickster to the side, deal 4 damage to it. This covers the Pale Cascade outright. I like the Earthshaker, I like the Little Dipper. Those are both pretty interesting ideas. And then, now we're just going for a massive swing here. And the Bandle Commando now has gotten 2 Owl Cats. This is just extra threat versus Broken Ball's board.
This is what we were talking about, just the tempo advantage, especially from a deck like Lulu that tries to do these very unfair combos in the mid game to really highlight the tempo advantage that they have on the board with, you know, summoning the Flame Pumper for free and the synergy with the Lulu as well. The extra health here going to try and keep the Trickster alive. There is going to be a Mystic Shot next turn, possibly, if Genesis wants to just try and kill out this unit outright.
Faces of the old ones being set up. Trying to get some ramp going. We've got Buried in Ice at that stairs. Genesis is enjoying a very strong setup from this position, but if that board wipe comes through, the Buried in Ice at that stairs also scoops up the Yuumi as well.
And this hand from Broken Ball is so cursed. You have the Catalyst, and that's all you can do. Genesis, sometimes players aren't able, obviously they don't know what the hand looks like. They aren't able to really take advantage of these awkward hands, but Genesis is going to commit to the Yordle Captain here. The Catalyst comes through. Gives a chance for a Mystic Shot to come through if you want it onto the Trickster to have an open attack right away.
I think that you can just develop the Owlcat.
Yeah.
Spell Shield 3-2. And this is just Resilient versus the Ice Shard. Survives the It That Stairs wipe. Now that we're on 8 mana, Genesis needs to kind of go for an open attack here because now you're threatening the Buried in Ice. So it looked dire for Broken Ball, but I think we just got there.
This open's going to hurt, though. Going to force a block from the Trickster as well onto the 6-7. I mean, all the chump blocks are obviously going to be in favor of Genesis with his current stat lines.
Buried in Ice. The Owlcat does survive that, right? He's going to get absorbed by the Spell Shield.
You're somewhat fine with this. I mean, you still have 6 unit mana to redevelop and to just, again, cause problems for the turn after that, like you're mentioning. With the Owlcat still being alive here and the second Owlcat surviving what could be a second Buried in Ice maybe, if that was, you know, in the playbook for Broken Ball having 9 mana on this next turn.
Yep, so we've got It That Stairs to do the destroy all landmarks, get rid of these units. Again, the Yuumi is now off the table, and we've got an 8/8 that can swing in. Genesis maybe just takes that damage, keeps focusing on keeping the board wide. Earthshaker is big.
The extra synergy with Yordle Captain as well. You get the phase online as well. You have 5 points of burn in the hand, so everything seems to be going well for Genesis. We'll see if he commits to Yolden Arm, saying there can't possibly be a second Buried in Ice, but maybe it's a bit too risky considering how good this open attack already is. And you have 6 points of damage in the hand that can all be used on this turn.
Yep, so then the Star Shaping comes through to top back up at 18. But then that is going to be lethal with the burn. Broken Ball got the Buried in Ice It That Stairs combo, but it still wasn't enough to keep up with this Yordle Fiesta. The Owlcat's too strong. Genesis with the Bandle Commando tech in this deck.
The perfect burn comes through. 6 damage onto the Nexus. 6 damage to win this game 3. Advance to the grand finals up against Castman. And Genesis is going to be able to go for the rematch. We saw these players face off in the winners final. Genesis was not able to do it against Castman. It's just very fast strategy with the scouts, for example, onto the Sun Disc, but has a chance to maybe reconsider his bans, maybe deciding to ban scouts instead in this case, and try and find a way to not just win one series, but have to win actually the bracket reset as well. So it will be quite difficult for him.
Yeah, if you ban the scouts or if you don't ban the scouts, you're giving Castman so many opportunities to high roll and get that Misfortune on 3 into a Ranger's Resolve or a Sharp Sight to protect her, into a rally. It's happened to everybody. And then it's just like, okay, I guess I lose.
And we're going to a very, very short break. 3 minutes, and we'll be back with the much expected grand finals of today's tournament with the rematch between Genesis and Castman, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends. We're about to get into the grand finals. Caspin trying to run it back from last week, came in second, going to try to take it down. Our caster turned player from Romania really, again, came out of the hyperbolic time chamber of mid-range Demacia training, and it's paying off. Like, even within the new metagame, these Demacia decks are still very solid for putting forth their own gameplay and forcing the opponent to play at their pace.
And looking fine, well, Genesis as well, the player he's playing up against, has the life advantage for Caspin. Genesis has a lot of work cut out for him, especially considering the results, the prior results from Winners Final. It was a direct rematch, so he already lost that one and has to try and get the mental composure to go back into this series and try and win this one, but also have the bracket reset and win a second series as well to take it all. Funnily enough, Scarzig, are you surprised that our two finalists are pretty much full Demacia with one Sundisk? All the memes and dreams that we enjoyed along the way faltered when it mattered most.
I mean, Yordles and Arms, again, a lot of the players in the community already understand that mathematically the last balance patch, when this was locked in that we just got, it was like right before Yordles and Arms kind of took over the metagame, and it could have even been a consequence of that patch. So Riot just was not able to predict that was going to happen. But if Yordles and Arms does have a resurgence here after the tournament, after players are done experimenting with their new decks, with Sundisk, I've been playing Rumble Riven, then they did say they are willing to step in. But with that all being said, these decks are showing a little bit more of their cracks. We're seeing the ability to control the Tristana deck a little bit more. It's just that the raw strength of the Yordles and Arms, when it lines up for you, can just end games. And we saw this in the previous set between these two players, where we've got Yordles and Arms versus Pantheon, and it's just unga bunga batting their heads against each other, and one of them's going to come out on top.
What about that one really nice game of Overwhelm that we enjoy with actual interactive gameplay?
Yeah.
One game, but that was enough to fuel my fire. But we're going to check out the bracket to see how these players got to this point and what the kind of results were along through this tournament as well. Genesis started off pretty hot with wins against Jinjin and against the Darlian as well in the semifinals before falling to Caspin, as we mentioned, whereas Caspin had also a very clean route to the winners final, taking down Extasio and Fëanor in the end, and then having, again, undefeated streak until now into this grand finals altogether. Genesis had a little bit of work to do in the losers bracket, but overall, it's been two players that have done pretty well throughout the whole tournament, and just kind of Genesis facing up against Caspin and losing that one series.
And a lot of that came down to, I think it was kind of clear Genesis was a bit uncomfortable in the Scouts matchup. A lot of the players weren't maybe expecting such an aggressive Demacia lineup to be part of the spread here. And so giving your opponent a chance to draw even better on Scouts and high roll you is something you're always worried about. But having another chance to fix your mulligan and fix your plays to do better into the Scout matchup is certainly an opportunity that Genesis is very, very happy to have as we head into the grand finals.
And the ban last time was Akshan Sivir, but maybe there's a reconsideration saying, maybe Scouts is just too fast for the Sundisk matchup if it does stay up like it did last time. Maybe I have to try and ban out Akshan Sivir instead. It's going to be tricky. I think Sundisk is going to suffer to all these pressure-based matchups, especially Akshan Sivir, the way Caspin has built it and has played it. You mentioned it, the very first game we saw him playing it in this tournament. It was much faster than I usually tend to see. Usually you have the Akshan slowly setting things up for eventual value turn with Sivir coming down, with the landmark popping, etc. But in this case, it was just steamrolling with cheap, effective units and just able to have barrier effects and quick attack really snowball into a quick win.
There was also in Caspin's deck the 2 copies of Radiant Guardian this time around. The Sivir Akshan players are constantly rotating between Bruiser, Screeching Dragon, Radiant Guardian as the situation warrants, and maybe Genesis got scared off, right, by Radiant Guardian potentially getting set up and walling out some of these Yordle Swarm decks.
It was actually Pantheon that was banned last time, right? I think in the winners final, yeah. And that might be the case as well. I think it's just you don't have an answer to these very tall units, and that's going to be, once again, I believe it was the same ban. It's going to be the Lulu Fizz deck banned from Genesis alongside, well, actually, yeah, both Yuumi decks get banned. Let's say it that way. It's really a lie, but let's just pretend they're both just Yuumi decks.
And so we've got Scouts versus Tristana, Yordles, and Arms. Who do you think is favored here, Panda?
Gonna be somewhat close. I mean, you at least have a lot of chump blocker potential, but for most Fae cards, you don't want to block with them. And if you're forced to, it might kind of be a detriment to your game plan with the Gleaming Lantern, for example,
True.
with Mayor, with Tristana even.
Yeah, if your setup is Grandfather Fae, Gleaming Lantern, Mare, those are just all of your engines that you want to keep alive. And notably, Genesis does have Petrosite Broadwing in this deck.
Tasty Fae Folk.
Fae Folk, very interesting. Very interesting. 4-2, get some lifesteal, get a very high attack total to trade up into something. But goes for Quick Quill, going for a bully stance.
Oh, and this hand from Castman is, if you were thinking, I hope it doesn't have Misfortune, well, you're out of luck. He attacks on 4 as well, so with a Island Navigator coming down, you will be able to attack Misfortune on curve with the extra stats.
And the Sculptor going to buff both of the Island Navigator and whatever 1-drop it summons.
You're happy to take the 5 here. You're not really under much pressure when there isn't a go-wide strategy for Genesis just yet. Only the Lanterns discounting themselves, essentially.
Lantern into Blast Code Seedling.
Oh, I like this more with the Protector as well, especially. And the pink from the math, it's perfect. But you have already resolved to answer, actually. This is good. Scouts is able to taste some of its own medicine, having range resolve used against it.
And now with the extra HP on the Petrosite Broadwing, you can't safely develop. You have to just sacrifice something here. A lot of damage coming through. You're taking over the board, and then Castman finds that key tempo swing where suddenly you're ahead, and Golden Aegis at top deck at any time can seemingly end the game. Genesis is very far behind to getting Yordle and Arms activated. In these board-based matchups, we've often seen it employed as basically a 5-mana AoE stun. My board is so big you can't attack me anymore. Buy yourself another turn.
And there's a barrier coming in. The barrier in response from the Blast Cone Seedling. Is it really a big enough stop for this attack to come through from? It might just be it might just be this attack coming through, and just not attacking with the rest of it. Scouts is a deck that tries to race you, but it also really wants to preserve its board for, every unit that survives. You can kind of pile on the value from it. So we'll see what Castman decides to do here.
Yeah, we've got the Love Tap from the Misfortune, so that would pop the barrier on the Blast Cone, and then you're just trying to say, okay, do you have Sharp Sight? Do you have this? Do you have that? And now with this full swing, ooh, this is playing into the Sharp Sight and the Ranger's Resolve. We can trade up into this Misfortune. We can take down the Sculptor, really cut this value chain off at the station. But you can see how this attack turn is so important for Castman.
Ends up attacking with only the Petrosite Broadwing in the end. Wants to keep Misfortune alive. So there was a fork in the road there for Castman. He wants to either go for just full... go face, go for tempo, go for pressure, or try and go for the Misfortune win condition.
So the Gleaming Lantern does survive. All these Faes that are hopefully going to be coming out of the deck can get discounted. We've got a 5-2 with Quick Attack, and Castman might take 5 damage again.
There's no Faes in hand, that's for sure.
And of course, Genesis last round uses the Ranger's Resolve to protect. The Sharp Sight now has the Ranger's Resolve to protect a wider swing.
Happy to jump block here. Needs a space for the Eye Navigator anyway.
I think you at the very least need to develop Gnar. Get that pokey stick to keep up with the board.
Ooh. Goes for Duran instead.
So it now has double Sculptor. Maybe anticipating trading away 1 unit. Gnar can still give you the Pokey Stick if you do trade away against it. We've got the Telescope.
This was what he was opting for. He didn't have space for the Navigator because he was planning for this play instead. Genevieve comes down. Yordle Arms is activated as maybe a defensive tool in this case.
I think that's probably your best bet. We've got Broadwing to pull one thing to the side. Genevieve maybe finds a pull somewhere else. And especially with Misfortune's ping coming through and helping out, it's just too good. Genevieve pulls one thing, And then that's all of the attacks for Misfortune, yeah?
Yeah, you can still trade 1-for-1 here as well with the Lantern to get the Scout in and just leave Misfortune on the back if you don't want her to die into this attack here.
True.
She won't level up just yet. She'll be 1 away.
Okay. So we're getting the kill on the Gleaming Lantern. So the Quick Quill goes back to the hand, is discounted.
And you can go for Ranger Resolve now if you just want to make sure you're trying to, squeeze the most value of this card. It's not going to be relevant anywhere else, really, other than this attack for the most part. Yeah. Unless you just end up dying on the next swing. So I think there's no point not playing it. You have mana for everything as well. Yeah, we're going to see Ranger Resolve played out here. Does keep his Gleaming Lantern alive.
Gleaming Lantern stays up. We still get to keep the discount with Loping Telescope to get one more blocker in play versus this. It's only 3 mana up. You aren't worried about Golden Aegis. Telescope getting you perhaps Crescent Strike would be massive to maybe try to fight back against this.
And very smart of Genesis not to play out the Telescope. Doesn't want it to get traded off into Petrified Wagon, who has to attack. If you want to keep up with the Misfortune, attack turns to have her 1 away from leveling up, there needs to be 1 more swing coming in here.
Yep, this is probably the best pull.
And now has to hope on the Telescope generating something crazy or having yet another Jordan Arms top decked potentially to try and get him back into the game and force blocks from Castman next turn.
So here comes the Telescope. Tenor of Terror, more wide blockers. Another Yordles and Arms off the top would be fantastic here. To swing in with another strong hit and force Castman to block down. We can maybe get it off of the Pokey Stick.
Double tracker, so not really ideal for Castman. He's going to maybe have a chance to play out the Eye Navigator now, find some trades with the non-scout units, or maybe just get the nice HP buffs on the Eye Navigator and its generated card, and then have the potential for Make It Rain to have some trades.
So now, once again, Castman's board is full. Having this extra HP is so important for just defending against your opponent's swings and then striking them back even harder. Genesis's deck has 2 copies of Ranger's Resolve. 1 was already used. And just keeping the mana open, trying to threaten that Golden Aegis. It tempts Castman into not maybe taking a lot of trades at first to defend against the rally instead. But Misfortune's going to level up at the start of the next round. You can just open attack with your scout units.
Both players are thinking about rally effects, They're both thinking about not just this attack here, but what is the potential. Even though both players don't have any rally effects, they still have to keep in the back of their mind. There's this constant kind of second and third game being played out.
Yeah, because even if you block the Gnar, you get the Pokey Stick that you can send to the Nexus. This Gnar is going to discount the Pokey Stick that's in hand rather than summoning a new one. So
I think this is the correct blocks here. You mitigate some damage if you don't go all in, and you still have the slots open for both trackers to come down. If Pokey Stick comes down now, it would not end up killing one of the trackers. Actually, you still get the HP buff anyway, so it's irrelevant.
And Castman can see that the Pokey Stick was discounted.
Genesis just automatically he's like, wait a minute. And just still thinking, is there maybe a chance for him to play Pokey Stick and find a rally effect? And he's going to go for it, going to go for the hit on the Nexus instead.
Yeah, you just got to draw a card here. Face Sprout. Still have that Lantern that you've been saving. Could get something really strong here. Another Quick Quill.
But nothing strong enough to stop Misfortune. Once she's leveled up, you still have a scout unit alive as well to get 2 attacks.
And we need Ranger's Resolve to stop the bullet time.
Not even that. I think you just need another Yordle Arms. Yordle Arms is the answer to everything, Scarves. If you haven't noticed, on attack, on defense, anywhere, in any point of the game, Yordle Arms is the answer.
All right. Well, let's see it then.
Glasgow Seedling. Misfortune levels up. The Overwhelm is here. The blast effect on every single unit on Genesis' side of the board, if they do block, is here as well. Zilean getting out of the way, and for good reason. There is little that can be done here on Genesis' side.
Lascone Seedling with the barrier. Tristana is leveled. And how much damage can you take this turn? We've got the Fleet Feather Tracker so that we can drag something into combat to guarantee that it will die to the bullet time. This is AoE +3 attack, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Taking on the barrier as well and Seedling, so that can't even be a way to try and have some value in these trades. And with the board being traded out and with 11 HP still in the Nexus for Genesis, even if he does survive, there's really no way for him to claw back into the game, despite Cassian now being out of resources, essentially. I mean, this is his final board, is what it comes down to. But this is what Scouts does so well. It plays to this exact condition.
The double Sculptor, we can see the green HP across all of these units that were buffed by the Sculptor. Just did such a good job of walling out Genesis, who was on the back foot for most of this game. The Lantern draws ended up being pretty clunky because we didn't have those good stat lines, those good trades anymore versus the Sculptor.
You have to be careful with the blocks here because Make It Rain can suddenly deal damage to the Nexus and can also deal damage to Misfortune's target to get some extra damage through, but not going to deal quite enough to get lethal here, even if it had the perfect outcomes.
And then once these trades go through, we do get a couple quick quills back in the hand. It's a lot. It's a lot of bullets.
That took a little bit longer than expected.
I was like, that's a pretty long animation.
Someone slowed down the speed at which these bullets come out at some point.
It's called bullet time for a reason. Which, for you Zoomers in the chat, there's an old game called Max Payne, and bullet time is where everything goes in slow motion while there's a lot of bullets on the screen. But anyway, getting into this next round, we've got Gnar set up with quick attack. We've got Pokestick for more card draw. The Yeti was shuffled in earlier from the Yeti Yearling getting traded in. It's Yordles and R. Oh. Wait a minute, Panda. Wait a minute.
It's overwhelming the Gnar. But that's it. Plus the impact, though.
And then we've got a 6 HP Yeti to help block.
Yeah, not quite enough.
So yeah, not lethal this turn. And then...
Gonna force blocks everywhere, though.
Yeah, so the Misfortune can just kill the Nexus with her ability.
Shenimo goes through, and Genesis had to try and find a way to come back into the series to try and force a bracket reset, but now...
If there was a Golden Aegis there, too, like if you were able to somehow draw one extra card, I think with like the Pokestick, if it was cashed in rather than discounted on that other turn, to get
Catherine
one more
will
Pokestick.
win. This first game is now going to be on match point and tournament point going into game 2. And if Genesis was in a bad situation, now it's even worse. Has to really win pretty much every single game from now on. Has to force a bracket reset with a reverse sweep, and then win the next series as well against a lineup that, you know, in paper seems to be a little bit unfavored for him, especially when he has Sundisk as another remaining deck as well.
Yeah, the Scouts, I mean, was the boogeyman. That's the deck that if you can beat it, you can beat it, but you aren't going into the matchup expecting to be favored, because even if you have really good draws, they can always do Sculptor, Misfortune, and it just becomes such a pain to deal with when you're playing a Yordle deck like that doesn't have direct answers, and you're kind of just forcing your opponent to trade down. If they can get set up on the back line, then you are feeling pretty good about yourself.
Will be now Mono Shurima in a competitive setting in the grand finals of Fight Night EU for the second time ever. Cosimo actually made it with Mono Shurima before the buffs went through. Not sure how, but Cosimo, if you're out there, now's the time to come back to this deck because it's very good now.
Yeah, I believe he was running the 2-2-2, right? It was like 2 Zilean, 2 Xerath, 2 Azir, I believe it was. And it just came down to finding the right combination of cards. But now this is much more streamlined around the Xerath package. And we've just got the good Shurima cards. It's just one of those decks that is 40 good cards, essentially.
A clunky hand, though, against a deck that you can't really allow for kind of... You have only the Bomber Twins, really.
I think you definitely just play the Bomber Twins out.
But everything else,
Minefield is godlike.
That's very good. That's very good. Oh.
Yes, yes, it's all coming together.
So finding a lot of better answers here. You have now the auction that can't necessarily... I guess you can drag the Devout out of the way with a Petrified Brawling, but do you want to give the landmark synergy to GiantSlayer? I guess you do at this point. You kind of have to apply some pressure.
Mm-hmm. And we saw from Castman's playstyle, he's all about swinging in with this auction. Getting that Warlord's Palace accelerated as quickly as you can. And just trying to force damage through, recognizing that Genesis really doesn't want to sacrifice this 3-2 at all.
He's playing for the Sergeants, though. I think this is correct. Trying to save this board to get the eventual 4 Demacia onto as many units as possible, I think is going to be the better play.
Yeah, you can take 6 here if you'd like, or trade the 2-1 into the 3-2.
Ooh.
Going to prevent some damage, but keep this Endless Devout alive to prevent that landmark synergy. We have Sivir this round, potentially.
I think this is just better. Yeah, it would be very weird to block the Endless Devout.
Because even if they have Quicksand, you kind of want them to use it here in a very unoptimal, like, early game play. When it's ironic, right? That Quicksand is so strong that you have to be even more precious about where you employ it.
There's a Vanguard Sergeant now coming down, getting the vulnerable from the Rolling Sands as well. Xerath is found now, so all of a sudden, everything is starting to synergize for Genesis. But this is the wide swings we were talking about.
When you are playing Xerath into, like, these board-based decks, you're just, like, you don't want to play him unless you have, like, Hourglass to back him up versus a strike spell. We do have Rite of Negation, however, so Xerath can come down here in the next round or two with that proper amount of mana floated. And as the rest of your landmarks start detonating, you're going to start controlling Castman's board passively as you just work on your own win condition. Beautiful stun with the Minefield just kills this 5-2.
Sivir comes down, but you can just go for Desert Naturalist to get the Minefield proc once again.
I think you could even go for Golden Ambassador here. Just block down. There's no mana for a rally. You can save Desert Naturalist to get the restored Devout. And then you have the Explosive Minefield to stun versus Castman's next potentially big swing down the road. But just wants the blockers now.
I think as long as you stay in control this turn, which is maybe the craziest, then everything kind of falls in line with Xerath coming down, with potentially a Azir from the Golden Ambassador. So it's just, this was the trickier part of the game. The fact that he was able to get the Minefield and the Devout on that, flip from turn 2 to turn 3 really smoothed things out for Genesis. And now I think he's going to have a good chance of staying in this game and maybe even winning it.
Xerath Zillion had main deck Minefield. And it was so good versus strats like this. So getting it off of Bomber Twins is cash money. Bomber Twins, we've said it before, Panda. That's like been one of the Bandle City cards that has kind of just been allowed to just do really broken things without anybody saying anything. But like you get Hexplosive Minefield, you get Preservarium, Star-Tipped Peak, Ancient Prep. Like there's so many good hits off of that thing.
There's Radiant Guardian coming in, so for now at least, the life totals are going to be, in control for Castman, but now Xerath comes down, and the board is what really should matter most for both of these players.
Yep, has the read, no single combat here. So you can play the Xerath. And now the board is under control. Now you've got tons of mana here. You can negate this.
And double Rite of Negation is so massive. There's double Sergeant as well, so really kind of fits perfectly to counter this and have the tempo advantage on the +2. Rite of the Arcane is available now.
Rite of Arcane, you can hit the Broadwing, or vice versa, then the other one just goes down. And even without the Sun Disk as part of the equation, like we've seen this setup multiple times, especially when Broken Ball would bring like these Xerath control decks to Fight Night, how powerful this effect is at now just keeping the board under control. Castman can't develop to proc that Roiling Sands, just has to swing in and try to force some trades down and try to look towards a rally from this point. Genesis has the second Rite of Negation in hand, is about to play Azir if they can grab it off of the Golden Ambassador. And then we're going to the movies, Panda.
Look at my popcorn in the break now. I'll mute myself. All right, Scarzig, you'll cast for 4 minutes. That's exactly what it takes my microwave to pop a bag of corn. And I'll be ready.
Yeah, I think this is a fine trade down.
You want to keep space open on the board. That's the key thing for all these landmark-based decks. Otherwise, you find these very awkward. Yeah, I'm fine with a double trade even. I mean, you're going to have a lot of board value regardless. You just need the space for, you know, Preservarium, for Ancient Prep, for example.
Oh, Lord. Rite of the Arcane. It's a great pickup. You've still got Hourglass to protect the Xerath, so we don't need a second copy. You can use Rite of the Arcane to detonate your Ancient Prep if you really need to in an emergency, but now this is just passive damage. And again, Castman cannot develop because of the Roiling Sands. Sergeant is just going to die as soon as it hits play. So you've got to sacrifice the Treasure Seeker here.
I always feel bad playing against Xerath. You know, I look at my unit and I say, sorry, man. You just have to take the hit. The moment you come into play, you're dead.
You gotta take one for the team. And Genesis gets Azir off of the Golden Ambassador. Your best bet here is, yeah, Concerted Strike onto the Xerath. You can just play Ancient Hourglass here.
And the movies are about to start. The trailers are now coming in. Everyone is sitting down. Genesis.
In a world where mid-range Demacia reigns supreme, two ancient rulers combine forces to take back the Empire.
And to tell the people to watch the movie.
Tell the people what you have seen today. But anyway, taking advantage of the vulnerable on the Radiant Guardian and the Treasure Seeker. And this means that once the Xerath flips at the start of the next round, it means that the Vanguard Sergeant and the Sivir are both going to get sniped.
You think it's a coincidence that the statue there looks like an Oscar? Absolutely not, Scarzig. This is all meant to be a nod towards Hollywood. All the Hollywood directors that play Runeterra every day. This is for them.
All right, we're going into it. This is the Nasus cut. Soon, we gotta play Azir first. Everybody's waiting. Everybody's in line, getting their tickets right now at the snack bar.
Action's part of the movie too. He's a preview trailer. The James Bond movie. That's Action.
Yeah, he's the anti-hero. The trailer before the movie starts.
All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
You draw another Xerath and another Azir before the Emperor's deck transforms here. So now we've got the full toolkit for Azir, and then just the passive board control of level 3 Xerath. He is Panda. Xerath's a 5/9. Like, he has no business being this tanky.
Yeah,
and now he's Sivir versus the world.
Shocking, really, how tanky he is.
So we're just trying to make a miracle happen here.
And then there's one Sandstone Charger that is not scared of coming onto the battlefield and charging into these demigods of the desert.
Yep. So we've got Preservarium and Rite of the Arcane. And then that can just kill the Sandstone Charger. Snipe the Sivir. We've got chump blockers for this for days. We've got another Xerath and another Azir in hand. There's no way for Castman, unfortunately, to overcome how big these units are.
Here's the Absolver coming through. Castman is seeing lethal on the Nexus now, but unfortunately there are blockers available.
Crumbling sands. Like, yeah, again, you can just block. Just block, bro. There's only 1 mana.
I think Genesis is an aggro player. You have to tell him, you can block, man. Really. Just, if you put the units in front, they actually block damage. You can do it, man. We believe in you.
Azir turned that sandstone charger literally back into sand. That's pretty cool.
It's just the cycle, you know, like the water cycle, but with sand. They didn't teach you that?
Zap. Sivir goes down. School. And now we've got the open attack. Azir summons a sandstone charger when you swing with level 3 Xerath.
I think there are now no blockers, so Castman cannot, you know, copy the really the revolutionary strategy of actually blocking the units, and the damage goes through. Genesis ties the series 1-1, gives us the movie that we were waiting for, and goes to game 3. He has now a chance to actually force the bracket reset, and once again find himself in a best of 3 series against Castman to try and win Fight Night this week.
That seemed to be a really strong draw, to be fair, from Castman. It was just that versus Sundisk, if you don't get a massive opening tempo start into a potential rally, it's so difficult to actually end the game before that Sundisk comes down. And Xerath...
The biggest thing was the minefield, really. I think the minefield completely flipped the outcome, and the Devout coming in on turn 3, where he had an awkward hand with very reactive and very landmark-based cards in hand and no actual units to be played out. But he found the minefield into the Devout on that flip from turn 2 to 3, and that really saved the game for him.
That you're absolutely right. I forgot about the Bomber Twins into minefield. Was so clutch. Auction on turn 2, as always, Castman has a agreement with Akshan.
It is on the attack token turn as well, so you're able to get this strike effect right away, get the landmark ticking down. There is a very good Fae synergistic hand here for Genesis, though. Has a Lantern, has a Grandfather Fae as well.
Swole Squirrel. Swole Squirrel. Do it. Soul Squirrel. +1/+1 from Fae Sprout, and his power gets doubled. Genesis, you got to do it, bruh. But anyway, gets Lantern instead. This allows you to play the Grandfather Fae for 0, or even Blastcode Seedling if you want to try to threaten this Akshan, force Castman to spend a card or take a little bit of damage. Ironically, both of these sides just want to develop a wide board and set up for value and swings. It's not about necessarily the early tempo.
And right away, Castman trying to take control of the board to some extent, and especially he's been someone that's been very keen on really accelerating the rate at which this landmark pops, almost to an artificial state where he's just forcing out all this targeting on Akshan right away.
And again, the big strat we've seen time and time again with Sivir Akshan is being able to properly time that Warlord's Palace, the predict draw to get the final piece that you need to tie together the current board state and go for a win, is something that is incredibly underrated. And we've seen the rare occasions where players go for that burst speed Sandstone Charger summon to go for an open attack if you happen to be in the proper position to take advantage.
There's a chance for Concerted Strike here, but it would be stopped by range of resolves. I don't think that would be a consideration for Castman at the moment.
Yeah, hovering the Vanguard Sergeant, it looks like. We could go for another single combat. The attack here is okay. You've got Sharp Sight to maybe threaten against the Lantern. It just depends on what you think Genesis's hand is going to be. Because if you don't attack, right, then the Lantern is just giving you discounts.
Yeah, it's going to be it. It's going to be the single combat into the Sharp Sight into zone combat into the Akshan level up right away.
Wow, and Castman was really struggling to find those single combats. There is only 2 copies of it in the deck, if I'm remembering correctly. And so just, again, using those for tempo to accelerate the Warlord's Palace is really what Castman is looking for. And now you're just pivoting into, I have a good board, I've got the Sentinels Horde now, and Concerted Strike to answer anything big and threatening you might develop from here.
The barrier does stop the Akshan from being able to attack. The Sivir is picked up, though, off of the predict and the draw.
Genesis just able to... Ooh, actually doesn't keep up the Sharp Sight. Does that mean you still want to attack with the Akshan anyway? No.
Well, ooh, this is where things get scary. It's going to be a full swing. Aegis is there as well. You have mana for everything really in hand. So if you're looking for kind of a tempo swing, this is it. You have the Teemo connecting possibly on 2 different turns. You can maybe sharp sight. Yeah, the auction, I think that's the better play. Get the extra targeting on him as well to get the counter now down to 5 if the strike does happen here.
And what's nice too is that if Akshan goes down, you do have the Sentinel's return that'll just revive Akshan, give the AoE vulnerable to set up just a big back-breaking swing versus the opponent.
And now it's going to be a chance for playing out the Feyfolk, the Owlcat, and a Rally. You can still play out every single one of these cards and not go for lethal necessarily because I think there's still going to be the Sandstone Charger will be enough.
No, yeah,
but...
okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, so the Feyfolk does absorb the discount from the Lantern, so no Owlcat, but still has Aegis. It's still a decently wide swing, I think. Your board is in a position where, like, you see across the table, your opponent's got leveled up Akshan. They've got this Sentinel's Palace about to hatch, and so you just have to go for a line that forces them to trade down so that they can't keep up with you as you are trying to build up your resources.
The Akshan can't block the Teemo if it wants to, right? Has a sharp sight.
Yeah, it does have the sharp sight on it.
Which is maybe something that Genesis didn't. I guess it's just too much damage coming through regardless. I think you can't necessarily block the Teemo. I was thinking that you maybe forget that he can block elusive, but no. Yeah, I think it's just too much damage.
And it's one of those forks where you're like, haha, you can block the Teemo, but if you do, I'm gonna hit you with 4 damage anyway. And if you don't, I get more mushrooms that might just spell lethal as Castman is drawing more cards from the deck potentially. If this does go long. Fortunately, Genesis doesn't have a lot of force here in hand, just Tristana and an Owlcat. So this does give Castman a lot of turns to just re-establish a board from this position and maybe get a golden Aegis.
But the mushrooms are there. Teemo's still alive and kicking, and there's no more shards available.
Yeah, concerted strike on Teemo, it's not that real. Every time you think that there's only 15 mushrooms in my deck, I'll be fine, that's when you draw them. When you're at like 1 or 2 HP and you think that you're safe, Impact plus the mushrooms is looking like a pretty spicy lethal.
There's a level up on the Sivir now as well. We'll see what the top deck is from Castman. He did play his own combat out already, so he's played quite a bit of interaction. He has, as you mentioned, the concerted strike can maybe take down the Tristana. I think that would be the better play. Yep. On the next turn, just allow Teemo to do his thing.
And then that is 2 targets for the Sentinel's Horde.
Gonna be no attacks to not allow the Sandstone Charger to have that extra value from the Ephemeral. And even if the Pokestick is used on the Treasure Seeker, doesn't matter. For Concerted Strike, you still have enough damage with just the Sivir to do it here. Are the mushrooms going to do it, Scarzig?
I mean, 15 mushrooms, 3 damage still going on to the Nexus, too. With the impact damage, we've got Pokestick to also ping the Nexus.
Uh-oh. Is that how we're going to get a bracket reset? Mushrooms from that one Teemo who's able to sneak in.
It's honestly, when you're at 4 HP, this is where you start shaking. We've got
this Teemo's still alive.
Pokestick, Golden Aegis, Rally, double the mushrooms in the deck.
Don't do it, Scarzig.
All right, Sentinel's Horde. We get the power. Font of Power draws 2 cards. Do you want to draw 2 cards
Teemo's
here,
dead.
Panda?
Teemo's dead at least. Oh no, don't draw the mushrooms. Oh no. All right, we're good. We have
okay.
Aegis. Is this over?
Okay. We got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got enough mana for everything. We did it, Panda. We did it, Panda. Look, Castman staring into the abyss, saying, "I'm not gonna draw mushrooms. Give me my 2 cards. I play Font of Greed that allows you to draw 2 cards from my deck."
The Shen emote comes in from Genesis. He knows what's coming in from just how this board looks. The Sandstone Charger, the Aegis, all the mana discounts allowing for all of these plays to be made in one single turn. The Sivir OTK, you were so close to force the bracket reset in a flashy way as well with the mushrooms, but only finds one on the draws.
You could, if there was a way for Genesis to somehow survive, or if the Font of Power drew garbage, it would have been so amazing. But here it is. Doesn't even need the Golden Aegis. Just boom, boom. And that is Castman coming in from second place in the last fight night to running it all the way back. The training montage paid off. Grand finals achieved. Win achieved. Very well played from both sides, however.
It was a great run from Genesis, especially in that game 2, finally, as you mentioned, the minefield into that Devout, finding a way back into the game to stall enough to get the Sundisk activated and to win that game 2. This game, so close in the end. They're really able to make the early to mid game from Match on Silver not seem as flashy and as in control as it usually is. But as you mentioned, the power of the landmark from Akshan, always able to just flip the game on its head, get the extra value that you need with Sivir to try and find those OTK-like situations. And finally, that win for Castman, I think very well deserved.
Yeah, so we'll be going to a quick break as we get set up for the winner's interview when we get back. So don't go anywhere. We're going to hear some insights from Castman himself and see what he thinks about the current metagame. So stick around. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU, brought to you by Wisdom and Giant Slayer, where we just concluded an action-packed grand finals. The reset was denied, and we have a new crown champion, Castman, actually making it happen. Went all the way through the upper bracket to secure that spot in the grand finals. And even though Genesis was able to take down Broken Ball in a rematch, wasn't able to make it happen. No, Darlene would have been the rematch. Pardon me. So Genesis took down Broken Ball and then got back to Castman for the rematch, but was denied in a very close 2-1 set.
Yeah, it was close, but in the end, Castman undefeated all throughout this week. We talked about it, second place last week, and now has built upon that and comes in for first place for a championship trophy. His first here at Fight Night, if I'm not mistaken. Castman, welcome. Congrats on your great play on a great lineup as well. Very, very strong, very competitive lineup. Definitely you showcased that. First question I want to ask you is, how did you feel about your lineup going into this? Did you feel you made any optimizations from last week, for example?
The first and foremost optimization is I started playing Triple Demacia because 3 didn't have a place in the lineup. I was playing it simply because I enjoyed the deck. I practiced it a lot. Shout out to the Tank Buster from NA that, well, Americas, it's a big region that taught me how to play that deck. And yeah, now I am just in Triple Demacia, courtesy of Grandpa Rogi. You have seen him in chat. He helped me a lot with thinking about the text, how to play. So huge shout out to him, and also a huge shout out to Caster Gems, the player in terms of scouts. I've been talking with him a bit, and he was like, yeah, play this version, it's quick, it's fast, it's your style. And I was like, okay.
Beautiful. Yeah, so taking the best mid-range players from both sides of the pond and combining them. And one thing I did want to touch on as well, you've kind of over the last couple of weeks really showcased a much more tempo-oriented style for your Demacia decks. And do you think that is a personal play style of yours, or do you think that that's actually optimal for where these decks want to position themselves in the meta?
That's an interesting question. I believe I'm not really pushing the pedal most of the time, but I'm actually pushing the pedal when it's needed. Like, just go for it. They have that answer, because my background is usually agro.
Oh yeah, you have been traded with people from NA.
You can tell the influences are there.
If they have it, they have it. The America's mantra. You love to see it.
In the way you have prepared Castman for this tournament and your lineup overall, we've seen you on Twitter, obviously, kind of learning from players that are very good, kind of not one tricks, but players that are very good at certain archetypes or certain decks. Like you're saying with Caster and Scouts, for example. The results are definitely speaking for themselves. Second place last week, first place here. Do you think more players are going to try and copy this kind of very targeted approach at learning and improving by going to the best players and say, hey, can you maybe teach me the ins and outs of this deck, and I'll teach you this one, etc., and allow for not just spamming games on ladder and just spamming tournament decks with your deck tournaments with your favorite decks, but more like a targeted approach at learning specific things that might be a weakness for some players?
I don't know, but I certainly would recommend it, because I've been here since pretty much the game was released in open beta. There were some closed betas before, but I would advise it because you get to know all these cool and crazy players on each shard. You get to talk with them, and even if you are not a tournament player already, they're so friendly and they really want to help you. So just hit them up. Like, my motto is life, just hit people up. The worst answer is gonna be a no. Screw you, go away. But if you get that yes, and if you get that chance to play with the people, to learn from them, it's such a great experience. I'm available to help as well if anyone needs it. I used to do, I believe, for a year free coaching when people weren't really into LoR.
You can teach people the Funsmith ways. I know you're a master on that deck, at least from the stats you post. So then you can pass that along.
I'm just good on it. The deck is bad.
You had the bait ready, Casman. You shouldn't have told him.
But you can try.
Yeah.
There we go. That's better.
And when it comes to the Sivir Akshan, I know that you were on Radiant Guardians this week. Is there a favorite 5-drop that you like to run, or are you always open to flex that slot for Bruiser or Dragon wherever it requires it?
I mean, to be fair, that was a tech for this week, because I've seen a lot of players that were known for playing very aggressive decks. And this morning I was like, I hit Rogi and I was like, what if I play Radiant Guardian? He was like, all right, I'll play too. And I'm down for it. What if I what if are pushing it even more, and if we are going for Fleet Feather Tracker just to have an even better matchup into aggro? Okay, we're doing that too. How about Pantheon? How can we make it better? We're just playing Confront, so we can just pick their board apart. And Scouts, well, it's just out-tempo then.
Yeah, so really min-maxing all the different matchups that you expected in this current meta. Obviously, a little bit of still up in the air for a new patch, kind of a new meta. It's a little bit harder to predict, but I think you still did a very good job. The few series we saw you on stream, you were able to not steamroll, but it still seemed like you were very much in control in most of the matchups, especially against Sundays, for example, with Scouts. It seemed like a very good matchup as well. So big congrats to you. One last thing to mention, Casman, do you have any shout outs for a player you want to see invited to Fight Night next week to compete alongside you?
Before shoutouts, I really want to thank the other people that really helped me with these decks, because on Scouts I didn't only learn from gems, that was also easy to win from the Americas shard that helped me a bit. On Civil Action I also had SWAT Blues that helped me in the mirror, even from Team LoR France, and I also had on Civil Action the former seasonal champion Hipster Waldo. Am I missing anything? I don't know. On Targon Demacia, I had Santa TCG that helped me with a few questions. Roji, obviously. Boki, I didn't get to scream with him, but I did get to scream with a friend that's returning to the game, Brechet Kata, and I really want to see him
That's good news.
next in the fight night. To be fair, I want to see all the people that I'm going to play in Runeterra Academy next week. I want to see Brechet Kata, I want to see ARC Arax because he's coming back to the game, and I want to see Hipster Waldo. If you can get these guys, I don't care who the rest are.
All right, we'll send all the invites to Croc, and he will take care of it and try and get some of these players involved, especially players that, like you said, are returning. I think that's a great news for Runeterra. Seeing when players kind of like Darlene, for example, had studies, had to kind of dip in and out, but they're finding the time to still come back to the game, and hopefully in a meta that is going to really, be highlighted in tournament setting, especially like Runeterra Academy, like you mentioned. A lot of
one more thing before Ice is going to cut me off. I really want to thank the community for watching all these tournaments, for all the support it's met. No matter who you are supporting, who you are watching, you are great guys. But putting these shows, probably GiantSlayer as well for you guys. I know Scarzig is a great member of the community, ImpetuousPanda as well. He's putting a lot of work in stats and everything. Just huge shout out to everyone that I didn't mention. Even Ice-T, who is in the background, but you're gonna see him.
Even Ice-T.
Even
this sneaky guy.
Even Stargrounds players deserve a shout out.
That's true. Sometimes they deserve it.
But honestly, I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Castman, for great displays today, your dedication to your craft, both behind and in front of the camera. And yeah, I think that really much calls it. Castman's going to be joining us next week, re-invited back to Fight Night to defend his title. And we will hope to see all of you also returning to see that awesome display. And yeah, they know it. They know that we're doing the outro. So we will see you all next time. Don't forget about Fight Night for the Americas on Monday. And you have a good one.